On the much-awaited U.S. elections 2024 today, where citizens will be electing their next president. Over 77 million people have already participated in the early voting to choose their next premier before the polls close later today. The race between Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris and her Republican rival Donald Trump has been unprecedented, full of political rivalry, drama, tragedy, and a historically razor-tight contest. The race between Harris and Trump remains extremely tight in 7 key swing states, that is Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. In general, the counting of votes for the presidential race begins as soon as the voting ends across all states. President William Ruto has asked the judiciary to be cautious about interfering with decisions by other arms of government. Revisiting his attacks on the courts he has blamed for stalling his administration's policies. Ruto has, however, also congratulated the Supreme Court for carrying out its duties in accordance with the law.
It is because the court has been emphatic in its dispositions and firm in its guidance of subordinate courts that Kenyans are confident that their rights are intact and due process is indispensable. In turn, this confidence has fostered courage, openness, and vigor in our society, values the Constitution envisioned for the Supreme Court and the judiciary in terms of being faithful to what the Constitution expected of the judiciary. We can confidently say you have passed the mark.
According to the president, the court has restored the faith of Kenyans in the justice system through various decisions.
To appreciate the achievement represented by the Supreme Court's creation, we must revisit the hard lessons of the 2007 presidential election crisis. That crisis exposed deep-seated systemic failures and a profound erosion of public trust in our electoral and judicial processes, fracturing the people's trust in the rule of law. Consequently, a disputed election outcome triggered underlying conflicts that nearly drove the nation to the brink of almost total collapse.
Deputy President Kindiki, on his part, has emphasized the need for the independence of all arms of government to be respected while insisting on cooperation among themselves. He has also commended the judiciary for its efforts made towards strengthening infrastructure as well as embracing technology.
The 4 aspects of independence, especially for the judiciary: operational independence, administrative independence, financial independence, and decisional independence. Beyond those 4 pillars of independence, there's a lot of interdependence, there's a lot of relationships that be nurtured in a healthy manner without impairing the pedestal or without interfering with the place where the judiciary sits, so that the nation and the state can continue to exist.
The Kenya Primary Schools Heads Teachers Association is pushing for employment of more teachers to bridge the gap in schools where learner population is swelling. KEPSHA Chairman Johnson Musyoka says the head teachers will agitate for enhanced pay to commensurate their responsibility of managing junior secondary school domiciled in their institutions. They also want the government to complete the construction of 18,000 classrooms for grade 9 learners before the next year.
To ensure by the end of this year, every school has got room for grade 9 learners. We are looking forward to enough teachers. We do not want January to come and we are talking about shortage of the teachers or teachers to teach grade 9. The posting should be done within this holiday.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubak.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you are sentenced, you are sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
It's about shipping out.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the sheep in the bathtub? Or
the sheep man.
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a sheep. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the sheep or a sheep goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It is Tuesday. What's happening where you are today? Taking a quick look at traffic and seeing how the day is going to pan out. There will be traffic on Mombasa Road. All right, we know this. It has already begun this morning because there's a diversion right at the what is that place called? Turn off going towards GM things. Okay, so it's been blocked off. Finally, maybe they'll fix the road by November 11th, 2024. But it's okay. Let's see. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, not much happening here this morning. And coming out of Westlands as well, not much in terms of traffic. We have some traffic on Gong Road, but it's nothing too painful at this point. Let's see what happens as Tuesday gets into flow. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's the 5th day of November 2024. It's Tuesday. Are you ready for Tuesday? I'm very, very ready for Tuesday. Hey, Ndu. We? Leo ni leo.
Asemaye kesho ni mwongo.
Ni leo. Leo ndio mbivu na mbichi. Zitakapojulikana.
What's mbivu?
Not ripe.
No, ripe.
What?
Oh, sorry. Mbichi is not ripe.
That's what I thought.
So mbivu ni ripe. Ile ambayo iko ripe ndio hiyo. Mbivu na mbichi. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. How you doing, Ndu?
I'm fine this morning.
You are? Very good. It's good. And of course, it is also fine. As we have heard from him this morning.
As we did what?
As we've just heard.
From him that he's fine this morning. He's not. He's not.
Can you confirm that you're fine?
Yes, I am fine.
See?
I'm fine. Spiffing.
It's not just a rumor. It's not just a rumor. There'll be. It's not just a rumor.
In the pink.
Ako spiffing.
He's spiffing in the pink.
Well, I said Magu hivyo nani.
He's pink.
He's speaking in the pink. I said he's pink.
Today is the 5th of November.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
November. Now wait and see.
That song.
6 weeks,
normally
Merry
sing,
Christmas.
When is the 5th of November? My baby said to me that
Apana sio hiyo baba.
But then when do you start those songs?
In December.
Oh, see we in December.
But
Okay. You can't start like on the 60th day.
doves in a palm tree.
pear tree, 2 turtle doves in a palm tree. You know, we can do things with that song, CT. Clearly, DJ CT is mixing up things.
Sindio? Yeah. Let me tell you what we shall discuss
How are you
today.
doing?
Mimi,
Wait,
I am fine. Mimi niko salama kabisa.
All right.
I thought you'd never ask.
Oh, there you go.
And here you go now. You've asked. Oh my God, let me answer. Ndu, I'm very fine, thank you. Thank you for asking.
Glad to hear it.
Why didn't you ask yesterday?
I did.
She did, man. She did.
Which yesterday?
Yesterday for Monday yesterday.
Yes, it was Monday.
Yes, it was.
And it was yesterday.
Exactly.
Okay. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. Manufacturing. What is Kenya's position in manufacturing? We know that this government has been saying, we need to improve our manufacturing. Manufacturing then drives a lot of things.
Yes, it does.
Building industry.
Yes, it does.
Are we doing that or are we not? Kibaki left a manufacturing sector that was contributing about 12-13% to GDP.
Right.
Uhuru left a manufacturing sector that was contributing 7-point-something%
Meaning
to
it was
GDP.
reduced.
Yes. Okay. And yet our GDP had grown, according to Uhuru and his government. So this government here has said that by 2027, we will be doing around 12-13%. 2027. How are we doing? The acting CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Tobias Orlando, joins us at Yomasa 7 a.m. to have that conversation. At 9 o'clock, we shall be talking about genomic surveillance. Hey, creating awareness on the importance of genomic surveillance in response to outbreaks. Hiyo mambo yote ni nini? We shall be talking to a researcher, Dr. George Gethenji. He's a bioinformatics lead at the Kemri Wellcome Trust Research Program. Bioinformatics for genomic surveillance. Umeelewa maneno?
Kabisa.
Hiyo ni ile unaweka namba ya 666 hapa kwa forehead. Ni hiyo. Ni hiyo. The mark of the beast. It's that one.
It was 66777.
666.
Okay.
Right here on the forehead.
All right.
On your forehead. If you don't have that number, you don't get to eat.
You don't get service.
Anyway, Dr. Gethenji will be coming. Of course, he'll tell us it's a very, very different thing that he'll be talking about. Professor Hilary Barchok is the governor of Bomet County. At the Council of Governors, he chairs the water pillar, no, not at the council, but at the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which brings together so many counties around the Lake Region, including Bomet, all the ones in Luo Nyanza, in Kisii land, some of those in Western, including Pusia and others. Even Kakamega is also among them, and Fihika, I think Fihika is also there. So all those counties, they form the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Professor Barchok is the chair of the water pillar. Okay, he'll come so we can talk about sustainability in Kenya's water sector. Yeah. We've been talking about this thing. We've cut our trees. How are we doing in terms of water? Are we actually able to have catchment areas for water? He will be joined by the CECM for Water, Environment and Climate Change and Natural Resources in Kakamega County. Her name is Penina Mukabane. Okay? That is the 8 a.m. conversation. Sasa basi fanya namna hii Ndu. Bila kusita-sita, tafadhali tupatie utabiri wa hali ya hewa, kisha alafu wenzeni
bila kuwat
sita wawa kulegarega
estate
6
bila ku 66.
Yes.
What on earth is that?
Don't 6. It is 20 minutes after 6.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
The sun is already up in Nairobi, 16 degrees. We'll see highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 in a sunny Nakuru at 13, cloudy at 15 in Nyeri with highs of 24, and at 13 it's cloudy in Eldoret, going to highs of 24. 25 and partly sunny in Mombasa, highs of 32 and lows of 25, and it's 25 and sunny in Malindi, going to highs of 32. Cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 29, and 29 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 16. Light rain in Kampala at 18, highs of 28, while it's partly sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. We'll see highs of 31. 18 and cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 28 and lows of 14. Mogadishu at 25 is mostly cloudy, highs of 32, and at 11 it's partly sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22 and lows of 9. It's clear at 26 in Lagos, I beg your pardon, with highs of 33. We'll see lows of 25, and at 24 it's mostly cloudy in Kinshasa with highs of 30 and lows of 23. We're looking into a mostly sunny Beijing Tuesday afternoon, going to highs of 15 and lows of 1, while at 6 degrees it's cloudy in Paris with highs of 14, 10 and cloudy in London with highs of 13, and Monday night is partly cloudy in New York at 12. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 15 and lows of 11.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Say hello.
I want to say
to the American people.
Oh, say it like
Tell them
that.
they're voting. They're voting today. It's going to be a big one. This will be big.
Keep going.
Trumbaliza.
No, I need you to keep going.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You know, this gentleman called Muga. Muga came to me the other day and he told me something very big, that I'm very, very good. I'm very, very good. And he couldn't believe it.
I'm the best
he
in the
even
world.
couldn't believe that I'm so good. I am so good that even CT Muga forgot the word good. Looked at me and said, "You are so Trump." To mean the same thing.
And you are.
Very good.
Yeah, this thing of being spoken of when you're actually sitting and listening is quite interesting.
It is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I
So-
and so even tried to talk to you in the third person.
So, how about
Nani
we
ako
just...
online salimia watu wengi.
Okay, watu wengi tunawasalimia. Judiciary, I think is the word you're looking for, on the spot again, cautioned. Yes, they were cautioned. Is it another super move to gag its independence? How are you, Ndu, Eric and CT? This is when you say we are?
Fine.
Very good. George Adimo says good morning from Rongo in Migori, and good morning from 1,000 Hills. Michael Olande is in Kigali. Deno Wanza says good morning from Rudhigiti. Isn't that place? Sir George Gashoridi says Rudhigiti.
Lucy Getty.
Lucy Getty. Saying good morning from Manchester. Patrick Mwalimu says good morning. I like this show. Thank you so much, Patrick, for tuning in this morning and every other morning that you do. Nice to start watching you guys at 9 p.m. here in Dallas, Texas, instead of 10 p.m. Yes, the clocks have set back an hour, haven't they?
You've done that.
Anthony Karanja and the rest of the people in at least this part of the US have done that. Daylight saving, daylight adding, those things. Alex Gatoto says good morning, looking forward to the show. Onganyi Malala says good morning, Team Spice. We must emancipate Parliament in the next general election. The bar is way too low. Where? Nyadi Chukunzira says today my Queen Emmy was born. Princess Undumfanye Hivo asikie vizuri sana.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Emmy. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. May you have many, many more.
Very good.
Samuel Mureithi says good morning from Koroi in Gatarongai. Desmond Oti says good morning. Joe Mbadi talked of how IMF will embarrass and demean them as they seek for loans in Washington, D.C. My prince, what's going on? He says they are forced to line up corridors where they're called in one by one. Nigeria, number one, come and say what you want. Kenya, Oya, come inside, what do you want? South Africa, Ngwano, come and say what your problem is. He said it was very
to them that
embarrassing.
if they didn't have to borrow money, they wouldn't be lying, queuing.
My brother, is it not the thing? If you did not have to go and beg, they will not be looking at you like
Nope,
beggars.
because you are beggars after all.
Exactly. So, choose your poison. Minneapolis is listening, says Zach. Margaret Wajohi says, good morning. Let's continue the great conversation. Thank you for being here every morning. Robert Zibogo is here. Rose Grace is also tuning into us, rather. Jack Atamba says, good morning. Indeed, it was sad to see the loss of Quincy Jones. Over 90, is probably one of the best producers the world has ever seen. And
a producer, arranger.
I'm telling you, the man, oh my goodness. So, I mean, rest in peace, but thank you for the contribution to the world indeed. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning. Anthony Karaja is tuned in this morning and says, today, November 5th, a day to make history in the USA. Yes, everybody goes to the polls. Many people online this morning. Agri, we see you. Raphael is also here. Laban, whichever one. Brian Otieno is here. Nyasimi Jeffrey is also here. Irene Aziz, Sir Maritim, Simon Ndiatsi, I love that name, and Angela Kazengwa. Hey, guys, the names are popping this morning.
Magina.
I'm telling you, good morning, everybody. Everybody's asking where Ednah is. Ednah is Ednah. But Regia, wave at the people.
Regia is here.
So is
Asha.
Thumbs up.
So is Avin. And so is Franga.
Fraga.
Ata Franga ako hapa.
Franga.
Aya, Siti. We are in the Africa.
We are in the Africa.
North of the Limpopo.
Yes, south of the Sahara.
Okay.
Hapo ndio sisi iko. Yes. Did you know that DRC is the most populous francophone country in the world? This country has many firsts.
Very good.
It has 8 neighbors.
8 neighbors.
8, including South Atlantic Ocean. 8. CAR, the Central African Republic, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, TZ, Zambia, Angola, Cabinda. Ice.
You said Cabinda. There's no country like Cabinda in Africa.
No, Cabinda is in Angola.
Okay.
That's where now it touches DRC.
Pale chini.
Hapo tu. Pale tu. When you go on a map. Pale. The proverb. Rain does not fear the authority of a king.
Rain does not fear. Rain ya mvua. Not rain.
No, rain. Mboa.
Okay. Does not fear the authority of a king.
Yes, it doesn't fear the authority of a king.
Okay.
It's true.
Hiya. Headlines, Tafadali.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, justice on trial. 12 years of the Supreme Court has been a mixed bag for different people. While some hail the Apex Court as the epitome of jurisprudence, others feel it has not met expectation. President William Ruto has his word for the judges whose word is final on matters litigation. So the Supreme Court's jurisprudence defending the institutions, this conference opened up yesterday with quite a number of visitors from around the globe and the world. President Ruto said in his address to the conference yesterday, we always talk about judicial independence and it's as a fundamental principle of our constitution. But what happens when we have judicial overreach and interference? It was a question and a statement and a warning all wrapped in one. We'll look at that story, shan't we? MPs plot to trim citizens' freedom of expression. There's a picture there of Mr. Roko, Honorable Roko. Joffrey. And he's got a few things to say in something that he's trying to pass, but let's see about that as well. State verifies telco's data sharing deal.
Okay.
In service of country, Ruto plots for 2027. President William Ruto has found a new narrative that sends the message of service for Kenya, not the villages and regions we come from. Does that sound familiar? This, he hopes, will carry his message that equity in governance is a pillar of his administration. So it's not about your little tribal enclaves.
To sorte.
Everybody.
One Kenya, one people. Let me tell you, if he has started that, and he actually does it, coins it nicely, like the way he coined the hustler thing, can have a very interesting campaign.
Yeah, let's just call it interesting.
One Kenya.
You know, there was a guy who used to play music. It was called Bootsy Collins. Even him, he had a song called One Nation Under a Groove.
Yeah.
And his name was Booty who?
Bootsy.
Bootsy, not Booty. You? At least not Leo. One dies in KCSE class as others deliver. And when we say deliver, we actually mean deliver babies. A candidate sitting KCSE examinations in Meru was reported dead as 6 others sat their papers in hospital after giving birth.
Why are we always Anyway, we shall look at this.
I'll tell you the story and then that angst that you have.
Nitauliza hiyo swali hapo.
See, on the front page of the Daily Nation, historic polls. The United States goes to the polls today in a neck-and-neck race between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. So tight is the race that both candidates stand an equal chance of occupying perhaps the most important leadership position in the world. As the world waits with bated breath, what are the implications of a Harris or Trump presidency for Africa? Stick to your lane, Ruto tells judges. Okay. Ministry calls for rigorous enforcement of exam rules. Senior government officials led by Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba have been deployed to counties to monitor secondary school national examinations, with the CS warning against compromising integrity of the tests. Now, the Health Ministry will pay 6.3 billion shillings gratuity to over 8,000 medics who had a frontline role in the fight against COVID-19. So some money will be paid, finally. More university staff set tough conditions for its reopening. That's on the back page. And primary school head teachers now said, you guys, you see this GSS that you didn't know what you were doing?
Yes.
Then you gave us to manage.
Yes.
Now you know what you're going to do. You'll promote us. Because we've shown you we can do it.
Okay.
You've given us a responsibility which was not ours, but we've shown you we can actually do it. Don't keep us here. Open up the promotion window for us.
Very good.
Yep.
The Business Daily. Did you read the headline of the last call?
Last call?
Man's last call to wife, daughter.
No, I did not, but I can do that.
Okay, please do.
That is actually quite a sad one. Man's last call to wife, daughter, hours before killing Abdi Muhammad, whose wife was murdered alongside their daughter, and he speaks publicly for the first time since the killings.
Look at
this
that
was,
story.
of course, the tragedy that happened in Eastleigh.
Okay. The Business Daily. IMF flags banks taking cheap CBK loans to invest in treasury bills. City, listen to this one. The central bank, commercial banks have been borrowing from the Central Bank of Kenya emergency discount window to fund purchase of government securities, as they saw a profit opportunity from the facility's lower interest rate compared to treasuries. The discount window is meant to be used to provide temporary liquidity to banks, but it has now been used to fund the lenders' short-term investment activities. So they go to the CBK, they take the overnight nini, then they buy T-bills. Like that. We're wondering how they're making profit. Kuna njia nyingi ya kuwapanya.
Banks.
Yes, commercial banks in Kenya.
Yes, in Okoh.
Yeah. The IMF has revealed the development as it continues to caution against the over-reliance of some institutions on the Apex Bank for funding. Yeah. Higher. KRA nets 10 billion shillings from crypto dealers. My God, 10 billion bob. In the financial year ended June 2024, amidst its shift to digital technologies to nab individuals and entities using the virtual asset to evade taxes. The chairman of KRA, his name is Anthony Moura, revealed during this year's Taxpayers' Day celebrations that cryptocurrency industry had for the first time contributed to the national tax basket. Okay, interesting. There are other small headlines, the ticker headlines. IMF warns against budget cuts as it backs new taxes. IMF is saying, do not reduce a shilling of what you want to spend. Don't cut anything. Spend. Look for more money. Private hospitals struggle to meet costs on SHA cash delays. More than 90% of private hospitals are struggling to cover their operational costs, such as rent and electricity, because of delayed payments by SHA. Wait, just tell us what's in the Star City.
Right. Today is that Tuesday where the Star is actually free.
Free of charge.
Free. Completely. Robber evades death row to serve 10 years instead. This is a story of someone who was convicted for handling stolen property, but he was given 10 years, okay? And he then appealed. Abdi Hussein was found guilty of robbery with violence and sentenced to death. Hussein proceeded to the Court of Appeal, which quashed the capital punishment but upheld the robbery with violence conviction and served him with a 10-year sentence. Fresh excitement around Kenyatta in jostle for 2027. This is Mount Kenya Kingpin. The story of the kingpin is not going to come to an end soon, is it?
Nope.
No. The reemergence of retired President Uhuru Kenyatta has elicited political excitement amidst concerted efforts by top politicians to secure his support for the 2027 battle with President William Ruto. Oh, they're assuming Ruto is going to be on the ballot box in 2027. Right. That's a prophet. Right. A third gender, okay? De-link intersex people from LGBTQI. KNCHR official.
Very good.
A Human Rights Commission is trying to have intersex people, often designated by the I, decoupled from the abbreviation of sexual minorities, meaning not straight, meaning crooked. No, well, if it's not straight, what is it?
Warped.
Yes, indeed. KNHCR Commissioner Dennis Wamalwa, who is intersex, says the initiative about securing intersex identity as a third gender without plunging it into the LGBT. Yes.
I.
Q. E plus.
So they don't want the I.
Yes, now bang in the middle of the paper. This one is a really interesting story.
Okay.
Cheating culture has taken root. It's written cheating culture. I am the one who has added taken root.
Okay.
Possibly many more cheats will be sniffed out in the ongoing crackdown. Where is the crackdown? The crackdown is in Parliament.
Cheating what?
The Public Service Commission has decided, has ordered to check. Let me just bang in the middle of the paper read for you so that you understand. 200 Bunge staff with fake papers sent home. You got it.
Got you.
Okay. It's not cheating.
That cheating.
Okay.
That one. You thought it was the other one?
We thought it was one for exams, now that KCSE.
No, that's not what Eric was thinking.
That's the one I was thinking.
That's what I'm helping you here. I'm helping you not allow this conversation to go to the dogs.
Right. Exercise ordered by Public Service Commission over a year ago has nailed both junior and senior employees. Some people are about to retire, you've been told papers fake. Then, to make it worse, they have pictures of individuals whose papers are fake. 2 gentlemen and 2 men.
What? Okay, sorry.
2 gentlemen
and 2?
I meant 2 women.
So who are the gentlemen here?
Not 2 men and 2 gentlemen. Sorry.
Wow. Okay.
Iko female mbili, male mbili.
Okay.
Sawa. So this exercise, my goodness, it is going to continue. The story is on page 4 and 5. And when that is established, you go home.
Okay.
I don't know whether they'll fine you because they've been paying you what they shouldn't pay you.
And so on and so forth.
Yes. But you know, this one is a sort of story. Remember when we used to hear of ghost workers? You know, that story of ghost workers also has not actually died.
It's still somewhere.
It's always there.
It's hanging around.
Yes, the problem isn't the ghost workers, neither is it the fake papers. I think the headline got it when it said cheating culture.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's cheating.
Yes, it is cheating.
Yes. It's 23 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick break to take a look at what? At the traffic. Senor, have you downloaded Tala? Hey, if you have not, my friend, you're joking. Go to your Android phone, go to Google Play, download Tala, and you'll have this companion with you, because Tala, regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, licensed by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and is able to offer you credit from 1 shilling to 50,000 shillings, is a very good thing for you. You pay within 61 days, and you can choose and say, I want to pay this thing in 25 days. Okay? You pay in 25 days, you're sorted. And even if you pay early, it works for you. So, just download Tala. It'll work.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi, everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
Galway, which is the city where the university resides, is known globally as a global hub for the medical technology industry. 8 of the world's top 10 medtech companies are based in the city of Galway. So for that, we have 96% employment success rate for our recent bachelor graduates and 94% employment rate for our recent postgraduate students as well. So come speak to me and find out how to get your application started. Thank you.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone, make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall, Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
Just a smidgen of traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway, and that's when you get towards Survey. We're not going to see much more of it, at least not for now. We're not getting into traffic hour strong just yet. As you come off of Outer Ring, going towards the Eastern Bypass in that direction, or North Airport Road in the other, you'll be fine. Mombasa Road, we will see that traffic this morning. The road works are continuing, so there's a diversion that takes you then towards the direction of the ICD, at least for now, and then it's going to shut off coming close to 8 o'clock, and then it's going to continue again at night. All right, so that's probably the most of it that you'll see for now. Let's see what happens as we get closer to traffic hour, and then do keep us abreast of what's going on. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yes.
All right, so candidate dies, new mothers sit exam in hospital. A candidate sitting the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education in Meru was reported dead as 6 female candidates sat their papers in hospital after giving birth. Details about the death of the candidate are yet to be made public. Meru County Commissioner Jacob Ouma and County Education Officer Joseph Maki, who supervised the distribution of exam material, did not give details about the death. Authorities reported that 4 other candidates in Narok, Meru and Nakuru counties wrote their exams in hospitals after giving birth. Nyeri County Commissioner Erastus Mbui, who was coordinating the exercise in the county, could not immediately confirm that some candidates in the county had given birth. Atike. But the Standard independently established that 2 girls from different schools in Nyeri South Sub-County sat their exams at the county referral hospital. The candidates are part of the 19,088 from across the county who will be sitting for the KCSE exam. In Narok County, a candidate in Chepkoyet Secondary School in Trans Nzoia, Mara East constituency gave birth to twins at Ndanai Hospital in the neighbouring Bomet County. While in Meru, 2 candidates gave birth on the eve of the exam at a public hospital in Imenti North Sub-County. In Nakuru, a candidate was taken to Mother and Baby Maternity Hospital where she developed labour pains a few minutes before the exams kicked off. Nakuru East Deputy County Commissioner Wairimu said the student was due for delivery. Now, okay. Security was tight in schools in Meru, with school management and education officials imposing restricted movements into the centres.
So one question that I want to ask, because every year we have more than 3-4 students who actually give birth in this exam season. What happens to them? How do they perform when the results come out? And what happens thereafter? That's one question, one part of the question. Number 2, though, is are we saying that the school administration and the government are unaware that this girl is pregnant by the time we get into an exam? And are we saying that they have actually determined, yes, that the girl is actually pregnant, but everything, all that wisdom that is reposited in this country tells us that it's okay to actually subject this young girl to an exam in that period?
I think.
Are we saying that we never see a problem with actually saying that this girl who has become pregnant in the course of the final year of her secondary education should sit an exam, must sit an exam with everybody else, knowing full well what happens, that they'll end up in hospital delivering. Now you're telling this woman who's just given birth, here's a math paper.
I think there's an element of truth in everything that you have said, but I also think that there's a huge element of chosen ignorance, that they will not die if they finish the process and then come back a year later to finish this thing if they must.
What is this?
We cannot.
Not even a year later.
Cannot, or
they can
whenever.
sit this exam in March.
You look, as it is, sitting the exam is a traumatic experience for very many people. Just the exam alone. There are no extenuating circumstances. There are no other factors that you have to deal with. You are sitting an exam for 3 weeks because that's the length, right?
Yeah.
Now, park that. The trauma of pregnancy psychologically and physiologically is a whole other stratosphere of drama.
Yes.
Now you want to combine two of these and say it's okay. She's just had a baby, no big deal. Yeah, exactly.
Can I
Here's
add
your
a third
math-
element? Can I add a third element to it? Pregnancy in someone who anticipates it and wanted it
Already is traumatic.
Yes. Now this is a student.
Yes.
Can you imagine the stigma and the pressure that comes with it? You're
With
distended
just being
belly.
pregnant.
You're just pregnant.
You're just pregnant. You've not had the baby. Oh.
And then you, no. There's
come on.
If you wanted to paint a picture of what epitomizes as a really insensitive lot of people, and feeling and caring and thinking it is this one, what on earth? A very valid question. What on earth?
It is a valid question. And I've seen that comment from Washoga Toto, who says pregnancy is not a disease. It is not a disease. Absolutely, it is not. However, it is a process that you go through physiologically, you go through psychologically, and it affects everything that you do on how you behave. Everything.
My friend,
there's the baby also who is there. By the way, you know we're just talking about the mother, right? Guess what? There's another human being. In this case, there too.
You know, one of the things that we need to ask ourselves is, look, these girls are actually giving birth in the week of the exam.
Yes.
Right? Are the labor pains coming naturally, or are the labor pains coming as a result of the pressure and all?
Are they stress induced?
Yeah. Okay? And then, how is the delivery? And then you're subjecting the same girl to, you must continue doing your exam. And remember, by the way, this exam has not started this week. This whole year has been exams. Mock this exam, the other mock exam, mock 1, mock 2, district, mock county, mock sub-county, mock 1, mock. There's pressure as you prepare for this exam. And this young girl, this is a young girl, let's remember that. Many of these children are actually at that age, 16, 17, 18. Let's even say some of them are 19. They are children. They're in school. This is, number one, most likely an unwanted pregnancy.
Yeah.
Which brings in a whole other issue of these teenage pregnancy stories. And you can see the counties, they keep emerging. All right? And then there's that pressure of subjecting this girl through this whole pressure of an exam. Why can't you just say, all right, so you're pregnant, we've established that you're pregnant, okay, you shall take some time off. You shall sit in class and continue studying with the others, but you will not sit your exam in November with these others.
I mean, for goodness
Your
sake.
exam will be in March, in April.
Which you
We
can
will mark
do.
it, and there'll be enough time, if you've passed, to join university and tertiary colleges with your classmates.
Which you can do. Yeah. And I think sometimes it's necessary to look at the things that are going on there. Like I said, there's a human being that has been born there as well. And somebody's going to come and tell you, chukua mtoto, nyonyesha mtoto, and you're doing an exam. Just the whole idea around all of that.
And most likely it's your first baby. So you have all these things you do not know how to deal. Here is an exam with an invigilator and a cop in a hospital so that you don't cheat the exam. Washo is still insisting, it's not a first trimester, it's a delivery period. Yes, for a 16, 17, 18-year-old.
Nope. We can do better. Or we can just do.
There's absolutely no reason why that exam should be sat by this girl in November.
No.
Absolutely no reason at all. I don't see it. I'm sure the ministry officials and NEC officials see it. I don't.
What do they see exactly?
I wonder.
They have an exam that needs to be done.
I wonder.
That's all.
Because I'm sure this is not it happens every year. The stories will be how many girls are sitting this exam in a maternity ward. Every year. Every year.
How do you sit in an exam in a maternity ward?
With a cop and an invigilator.
Anyway, Americans are doing the thing today, the final one. So many of them have voted, the early voting and all, the mail-in votes and all. Jose Camargo is, of course, managing that election. So we don't know whether Jose Camargo this one. And then there are those now who will be voting today across the country. Then later tonight, as tomorrow morning, we will start seeing the exit polls from the various pollsters and major media houses trying to project how the thing is looking like, right? So tomorrow by around midday like this Kenya time, Now we'll be seeing who is calling it, who's calling it, who's getting the 220, 290, who's getting the race to 290, who's calling it. What does this election mean to Africa? What would Trump presidency mean? What would Harris presidency mean to Kenya? Sitting? Any different?
There's always projected differences, but in real terms, what really will be the difference? Because the difference lies in the foreign policy that particular president is going to talk about, and whatever it is that they're going to put into play. Now, since we don't know what the foreign policy is going to be with regards to Africa, there's very little that one can say. What, though, is of concern and what is of interest is that over time, the group of countries that form BRICS have continued to grow in number, which means they've also continued to grow in influence. And we have a country on this continent that is also a member of BRICS. So what we refer to as the West have competition. Okay, so if somebody has a foreign policy for this continent, they have to take the interest that China, Russia, and all the other nations that form BRICS have on the continent. It is direct competition.
It's interesting. Trump has been president of the US before. And his policy towards Africa was very clear. And I don't think he minced words about that. But also his policy, more importantly, towards America has been greatly insular. So the likelihood of that changing if Trump were to be president is minimal. And he said it. He's still on the path of making America great again. So the foreign policy, I don't see that changing in terms of what is probably going to... We'll probably see, if we're talking about Africa, a few more closed doors. We'll probably see a lot of reduction of funding, for example, because that's just not where...
Did he reduce funding to Africa? He didn't. He actually started talks with Kenya, for example, on a new trade deal.
Actually, he rewrote the rule book for relations in a sense. All these circuitous things that they are known for. He was talking to people directly and saying, okay,
how do we do business?
Him and he was leading the discussion. It wasn't as though the Blinken of his time and whoever else was there were the ones controlling it. The fundamental difference is that Trump is hands-on. You see, he immerses himself in these conversations. People have a problem with North Korea. He wants to go to North Korea and talk to
Kim.
There's a problem in Russia. He wants to go and talk to Putin. So, but why I brought in the
BRICS?
Yes, is because when you talk about spheres of influence, people are called world powers because of the powers that they exert and the strength of the economies. They cannot ignore this. They have to take this into account because they want to be the ones who have the larger control. And there's a challenge for that particular power and that control right now. And that challenge is not receding.
Well, I think the other issue is we'll see him pulling out of the Paris Accord again.
I think so.
Right? NATO, he'll say, NATO what? But we are helping that comedian to fight that war.
And I think there'll be tightened immigration law. I think it'll be heavily tightened.
Now, that's the thing, I think. There are very many, in terms of like Kenyans, there are very many Kenyans who are in America. They've got citizenship. There are those who've got permanent residence, the green card. There are many who are there on student visa, work visas, and there are very many others who are out of status. But they are working, they're eking out a living, they're sending money back home, they've applied for asylum or any of these other routes that they're taking. And many of them, I'm sure, are crossing fingers and saying, no.
Please don't.
A Trump presidency, my friend,
will affect us.
Live in a kind of fear. Remember what he did in his term. People were just being, grabbed and being taken into those places as you wait to be processed.
The cages.
Yep, you wait to be processed to be taken back home.
This is something I've always found particularly interesting with regards to America. They're all immigrants.
They all are. From the very first people, the pilgrims who landed on Plymouth Mountain, Plymouth Rock, whatever it was, and found turkeys and decided that, okay, this is going to be great for Thanksgiving, they all came from York. They did.
With the exception of the Native Americans, these people are all immigrants. So the immigrants have decided other immigrants can't come into the country.
Let's protect our
those of us who got here first.
It's ours.
If you're coming later. But this is a discussion that even Europe is facing currently, are they not?
Yes, they are. Look at countries like France.
Yes, but the problem with Europe is that it's in relation to people coming from Eastern Europe, but more specifically Africans.
Lakini watakipata tu. They're running out of their own population.
They have declining population, so they don't really have much of a choice.
So there are two stories. The last call of the man to my wife, and maybe you can tell us that. And then let me tell you about this one. There's a story in the Daily Nation today. Don't get sick here. More than 50 health facilities in Baringo County have been lying in disuse for years as patients suffer and millions of shillings go to waste. More than 50 health facilities. They've got photos of these facilities here. For example, Chewera Dispensary in Tiati, Baringo County on September 6th. The facility, which was constructed in 2013, is not operational. There's a facility here, nyumba ya mawe na mabati, there's a water tank, dilapidated gutters. This thing is not in use. It's a facility. Inside, Ngaina Dispensary in Tirioko Ward, Baringo County. The facility, which was constructed in 2018, is not operational. What do we see? It's a storage for maize. Somebody has actually just gone and harvested maize, and they've put in what should have been a kitchen. Ministry of Health, Nadome Nomadic Clinic, East Pokot Sub-County, Baringo County, an abandoned mobile clinic at Kongor Dispensary in Tiati, Baringo County. All these photos were taken on September 6th. Due to failure to recruit and deploy staff to run the facilities, more than 50 health centers built between 2013 and 2022 have been lying idle for years, with some even being used as grain stores, leaving residents suffering as they go without healthcare services. Tiati is surrounded by rolling hills and vast fields, creating a picturesque but isolated setting. It's over 6,000 square kilometers. The constituency is nearly half of Baringo County, but access to healthcare here is still a mirage, with the sick having to contend with the bare minimum. In Lokis location, for example, in Tiati West, out of 3 health facilities built by the county government, 2 dispensaries are not operational, while the only functional facility does not have a nurse. In the middle of the baked semi-arid landscape, Korelach Health Center stands out. The dispensary was constructed in 2017 at 5 million shillings. Everything is in place, including staff quarters, an installed water tank. Access to healthcare has been a wish for residents for many years, as the village has had no hospital. This facility, built by the county, was meant to address the health crisis in the area. It's yet to offer the critical service 8 years later. All these things, brick and mortar, no health workers, no equipment. So, money spent, service not delivered. This is the story of our health system in this country.
Okay. Let me just give you this other story quickly because it's just too saddening to even think about. Man's last call to wife hours before killing. The husband of a woman who was murdered alongside their daughter and niece has revealed that he had a conversation with her hours before the killings in an incident that has shocked residents in Islay in Nairobi. The people arrested the police arrested the prime suspect in the case, Hashim Dagane Mohammed, and the court yesterday allowed them to detain him for 21 days for investigations to continue. Waris Daoud, her daughter Nuseba Dahir, and her niece Amina Abdirashid went missing from their home in Islay on the night of October 21st, only for their bodies to be discovered in separate locations the following day. Mohammed, whom police said ferried Nuseba and Amina from their home to a nearby mall where Waris had gone to seek treatment, is accused of killing the 3. The Makadara Law Court yesterday granted the DCI 21 days to hold Mohammed. He had been on the run since his arrest. Until his arrest on Sunday. Widower Abdi Mohammed spoke for the first time at the Makadara Law Court since the murders. He said, "I last spoke to my wife on the day of the murders happened at around 7 p.m. She told me that she was going to see a doctor about some skin itchiness that she had been experiencing. I spoke to my daughter a few days before that." Only for him to come back and find that they had been murdered. During Mohammed's arrest, the police said they found him with several SIM cards which he used to communicate with the deceased before they went missing. Security officials said that Mohammed has a background in the security sector. He was a police officer in Ethiopia before he was sent to prison for murder. After serving his sentence, the suspect traveled to Nairobi, where he established a taxi business. He mainly operated in Eastleigh and Parklands. However, he was using an expired interim 6-month driving license, which he obtained in February. It's believed that on that night, he ferried the two girls from their home to a nearby mall where Waris had gone to seek treatment, like she told her husband. The vehicle that Mohammed is said to have been driving is a Nissan registered to a particular number. Examinations showed that the bodies showed signs of strangulation, and there were also signs of defilement.
This one, waiting to hear the motive, the story behind the story and all. It's news time, 8-7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Form 4 candidates continue with their KCSE examination as they tackle Mathematics Paper 1 and English Paper 2. Tomorrow, the candidates will be sitting for Chemistry Paper 2 and English Paper 3, whereas on Thursday, they'll do the Kiswahili Paper 1 and 2. This event comes as Education CS Julius Ogambo has continued to issue a stern warning against individuals who plan to cheat in this year's examination.
If you find anybody who is disobeying the regulations that we've laid down, report those people so that action can be taken immediately. You saw in Kepsea last week, we had a few people arrested in Eldoret, and we've requested the Judiciary to ensure that within the next 1 month or so, that case should be completed. The question of extending hearings for 6-7 years is not going to augur well for us, because it's a straightforward case. Let it be completed so that those who are found to be guilty can face the penalties. That way, we can deter the rest of the people who are intending to engage themselves in malpractices.
Now, the first day of the 2024 KCSE theory examinations has seen multiple incidents of candidates both giving birth and facing tragic losses. A male KCSE candidate from Tigania, West Meru County, died just hours before the national examinations began. Details regarding the cause of death remain scarce. Meru County Commissioner Jacob Ouma confirmed the death of the boy who was set to sit for his exams in Tigania, West Sub-County, although he did not provide further details regarding the circumstances surrounding the incident. The ongoing Form 4 examinations have also highlighted cases of teenage pregnancies, with 4 candidates sitting for their initial papers, English and Chemistry, in maternity wards. 2 candidates in Meru County took their exams at the Meru County Teaching and Referral Hospital. In Nakuru, another candidate went into labour just 2 hours before the exams commenced and is currently admitted at the Nakuru County Teaching and Referral Hospital. Job Kaikai, the Sub-County Education Director for Nakuru East, confirmed that there is a candidate who will be doing the exams at the county hospital as they are set to deliver. Additionally, at the Kericho County Referral Hospital, a candidate from Laliat Secondary School in Ainamoi constituency gave birth to a healthy baby in the early hours of the morning. The National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Education will today meet officials of the University Academic Staff Union in a bid to resolve the lecturers' strike. The meeting, which will also be attended by Interpublic Consultative Forum, will discuss the general terms and provisions of the lecturers' return to work agreement that ended their initial strike. The strike so far has paralyzed learning in all public universities across the country, throwing graduation plans into a spin. In the agreement, as per the 2021-2025 CBA, the minimum pay for graduate assistants was between 63,647 and 97,988. For assistant lecturers, enhanced pay ranges between 107,872,000 and 166 and 72, while professors are to earn a monthly salary of between 224,631 and 345,816. The Labour Court had declared the ongoing university lecturer strike illegal last week. Members of Parliament are today meeting with various stakeholders to discuss increased cases of abduction and murder in the country. The committee led by Gabriel Tongonyo is meeting with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission and Vocal Africa. Kenya is experiencing a wave of kidnappings and murders targeting various people. Sadly, government officials from the security forces have been linked to these cases, with President William Ruto promising to address the matter.
We have a criminal problem and we have a moral problem. We need to address both of them. As government, I want to promise you we will go out of our way, provide resources for our police to deal with this challenge. But equally, as parents, starting with myself, as parents, as Kenyans, we must also deal with a moral issue. Let us not just finger point as to who should do what. We should also begin by saying, what will I do as a citizen so that we can stop this menace?
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, sticking into Tuesday proper, let's see what's happening on the streets this morning. There is traffic on Jogoo Road. It's heading out towards Landis, and that's going to get busy as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout. On the Thika Superhighway, as you come in from Garden City out towards the city, there is some traffic, and it's bumper to bumper as you get past those service lanes. Kiambu Road is all starting to pile up, and we're seeing movement on Limuru Road, which then ends in traffic as you get towards Muthaiga. On Waiyaki Way, some traffic there. We're looking at it coming past Mountain View out towards Chiromo. So that's one to watch as well. Ngong Road is busy, but moving, so not too much of an issue. Magadi Road is starting to pile up as you get towards Langata Road. So look at that in a short while. But for now, it looks like it's moving along swiftly. On the Eastern Bypass, it's starting to clog up, and it's likely to get to bumper status as we get towards traffic hour. All here for it. Let's see what's happening as we continue. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7. How are you doing? Welcome to Tuesday on this 5th day of November 2024. It's the day when our brothers and sisters in America, those ones for Kamala Harris, are singing Danny, Danny, Danny to their White House, to their White House. Kamala Harris. Yeah? Tano fresh. And then the other guys are doing the Togokera Tene. Togokera Tene.
I blame you. You see this thing that he's doing? I blame you.
What?
Because last time he was with you. Last time people were singing together, it was you. So anything that he does, I will have to ask you.
So I am the...
Those are the songs in America today, well.
Yes.
You see?
A celebration as they go into the election. Yes.
In America?
Yes, in America.
USA?
USA.
Okay.
Wako na Jose Camargo pia. Jose Camargo is also there. You will see.
Jose is in the house.
You will
Jose
see.
is in the house.
Jose is in the house. My lord, my ladies. We'll see them. Okay? Well, welcome to the show. Asante sana for joining us. Let's talk about banking, which is Kenya's number one private bank.
That will be Stanbic Bank, all right? Giving you and recognizing and celebrating your ambitions all the time. And what does that do for you? Is that it gives you an opportunity to do banking the way you would want to do it and that is tailored to suit you. So let's look at how that would be. And today we're saying, you know what? The opportunities rather for you to bank easily. How would you bank easily? So it's seamless, it's personalized banking. So imagine when you go to a tailor, go to a tailor and say, okay, well, that's the one that we've measured for people, and so you can go ahead and have that. No. Stanbic says, you know what? We're going to measure you. We're going to see what your preference is, and then we're going to offer you this banking in a suit that meets your needs. Literally, you can actually walk into the bank and be in a suite with a personalized banker who is hearing your needs and who is understanding what those are and making everything that you require actually suited to just your needs.
Yes.
It's exclusive, it's comfort, it's discretion, it's people who are dedicated to making sure that your experience is you and that your experience makes sense. So the number one private bank in Kenya today is offering you exactly.
The way to bank.
Exactly.
Okay. Now that we're talking about money, let me tell you the other side of money, okay? There's something called retirement and pension and contributing towards your pension. There's a law called the NSSF Act, okay? That says it divides the pension contribution into 2 tiers. Tier 1, NSSF straight. Tier 2, you have the option, you can take it into a fund manager, okay? That's tier what? Tier 2. Senior. Now, there is something called the Taifa Pension Fund. Taifa Pension Fund. The P is in the middle. Taifa Pension Fund. TaifaPensionFund.com. What is it? It's an umbrella pension scheme designed for employers. It's defined contribution pension fund managed by Kenya's largest administrator, CPF Financial Services. The Taifa Pension Fund accepts NSSF Tier 2 statutory contributions and promises a wide range of benefits to both employers and employees. And if you go to that TaifaPensionFund.com, you will see what those benefits are. Basically, you're talking about the largest manager, the CPF Financial Services, okay? And you're talking about your contribution towards pension, okay? And you're saying, which one? Where will my pension actually be safest? Safest, regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. It's important.
Eric, why are you talking pension and looking at me?
Yeah?
What?
Because now you can tell us. You're eating your pension. Umejileta mwenyewe, sio?
Nimejitafuta mwenyewe.
Umejileta mwenyewe hapa, sio?
You want to start this journey early.
Yes.
Yes, so that when you get to the sort of vintage that I'm displaying here, it has matured nicely.
Yes.
And you can then think of sorting out those needs that come as, should we say, you age gracefully. Yes. In the absence of that, you will age, but perhaps not gracefully.
Not gracefully?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, in some years back, there was a legend who used to play for Gor Mahia and Harambee Stars. He was a defender. His name was Juakali. Tobias Ochola, Juakali. Tobias Ochola, Juakali. Now, our guest today is not Tobias, he's Tobias. Tobias Alando, Juakali. He is the acting CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. See that Juakali comes in.
Well done.
Tobias, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
You knew about Juakali?
Yes. Yes.
That guy was serious.
Very.
Tobias Ochola, Juakali.
I used to watch him play football. My dad loved football, so we took us to watch football.
Yeah. Live.
Aye. And I also played football, so I still play football.
See, it's in the name. What's in the name? Football.
Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
We are going to talk about the manufacturing sector in Kenya and how we are doing in terms of just driving industry. And of course, Kenya Association of Manufacturers have been in the forefront of, just doing that work, advocacy, working and bringing your members and pushing an agenda.
Correct.
But City will welcome you with the day's proverb first. This week, we are in the continent of Africa, north of the Limpopo, south of the Sahara.
Yes. Our proverbs for the following weeks, or this month, will come from Africa south of the Sahara, and as Eric has very eloquently put it, north of the Limpopo. We're in the DRC, okay, whose capital is Kinshasa. This one always trips me out.
It's Kin what? Sorry, I was just making sure that you...
Shasa. Well, I thought I was going to Sasha it. Nah, sorry. The rain does not fear the authority of a king.
The rain does not fear the authority of a king. Tobias, what's the interpretation of this one?
It can rain on you irrespective of your status. Yes.
What's the inner meaning? The deeper meaning?
Just typically, your status does not protect you from nature. Yes.
Wewe ni mtu mdogo sana when it comes to nature. Mtu mdogo sana wewe. Tanipa nini? Wilbaro. Okay. Karibu sana Tobias. So, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we've had these conversations many times. You know, it's a business membership organization, right? And you have very many members.
Correct.
All of them focused on industry.
Correct.
We have a ministry that is in charge of industry, and actually even a state department that's in charge of industry. That means that there is a focus on making sure that our industrialization works.
Yes.
Our Vision 2030 says we get to 2030 in the next 5 years as a middle income industrialized. Are we?
It's a journey that has been very unstable in terms of the manufacturing sector. In fact, the last time our contribution to the GDP was 2-digit was in 2011, where we had 11% contribution to the GDP. Since 2011 to now 2014, that has gone down. We are now at
2024 now.
2024, sorry. We are now at 7.6. So it already shows you that the manufacturing sector contribution to the GDP has gone down tremendously. And our competitiveness in terms of Tanzania, Uganda, and the EAC, those countries are further developed. They are much more developed in terms of the manufacturing sector, unlike before, where we were a dominant country in terms of the manufacturing space. And that's 2 years ago when we did have a conversation with the leadership of this country. There was an ambition to say, let's drive the contribution of the GDP by the manufacturing sector to another 20% by 2030. There are a couple of things that needed to be done or needs to be done in terms of predictability of the tax environment, in terms of the costs of energy, because that at large is one of the things that contribute to the uncompetitiveness. If you look at, for example, in the EAC region, the cost of power, we are 70% more expensive.
What?
Compared to our counterpart in the region. And even
Which
in the African.
Like on average?
If you compare an average Uganda, Tanzania, even if you go further to South Africa, the cost of energy in Uganda, Tanzania is about 5-8 cents per kilowatt, or US dollar per kilowatt hour. We are at 20 cents. So that already shows you that we cannot compete. Although the differentiator is that we are slightly more reliable compared to the others. So what the industries are doing is you make use or make do of the opportunity that at least I have the power at a slightly expensive, but it is reliable.
But it's there.
It's there.
Okay.
That's the only advantage that we have.
Ours isn't slightly more. It is significantly more.
It is more.
But how do we manage to maintain this significantly more expensive power? What is it that we do? Because surely, if you want to industrialize, one of the elements of industrialization that you must control and you must ensure is reasonable as power.
That's true. So what happens if you look at the source of power, where we get our power, is either through hydro and thermal. Currently, it's about 30% thermal and about 50% hydro. So the thermal is expensive.
And thermal here includes geothermal?
No, it doesn't include geothermal.
Here,
is more
thermal you just mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Means generators.
Okay.
It is powered and you're using fuel to generate energy. So thermal is expensive, and that's one of the contributors. But at large, you cannot continue without thermal. You need thermal. But we need to reduce, and our proposal has been reduce the thermal generation by another 10% and increase the hydro generation by another 60% from 50%. With that, you'll see a slight reduction and also address issues around wastage, transmission losses. Our transmission loss is at around 28%. The best standard should be at 13%. So you reduce the transmission loss because these transmission losses, these costs are transferred back to
brought to the
all of
industry,
us.
brought to the consumer.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to ask a precursor question before we get into maybe a little bit more nitty-gritty. Because sometimes we look at the potential of somebody to do something. I remember, like in grade school, they say, okay, well, I've seen you over a certain period of time, and your potential to be a B student is here. Your potential to be an A student is here. Does Kenya have the potential to punch above this? What was it? You said 6%?
7.6.
7.6%.
Yes.
Does Kenya have the potential to be at the 25% that 20 years ago its counterparts today, the country that everybody wants to give an example, Singapore? So does Kenya have the potential today from where you sit to be at that 25%?
Definitely. It has been demonstrated in 2011. Like I mentioned, our contribution was at 11%. So that already shows you from 7.6, we can go above 11%.
Okay.
We have to be intentional as a country and ensure that the investment space is really conducive to attract more investment and also to grow the existing investment. We have the right skill set in terms of the human capital in this country. We have the right environment in this country. We have enough land. We just need to take that hard decision and say we want to grow the industrialization in this country. How do we create a conducive policy environment?
Okay, so then I guess, how do we do that?
How do we do that?
If we know that the ground essentially is ripe, and they said that all these, you talk about the environment, all of these things are there. So what stops this from happening?
So one of the clear conversations we've had is the issue of unpredictable policy environment. Every government department wanting to make decision, wanting to make regulations that touches on the industries, wanting to introduce levies and taxes that touches on the industries, and wanting to have a pie of what we do. So it is uncoordinated. And that's conversation we've had with the Ministry of Industry right now through the business reform legislation that is coming up, is have a coordinated mandate as a ministry where you have an ear of what needs to be, what is being done by others. Because if you put to paper all the taxes that come from different agencies, you will not invest in this country. You will not.
It's just too much.
Too much.
What contributed to the drop from 11.5 to 7.6?
For industry to thrive, one of the issues is generally the political environment. During the instability of our country in terms of politics, you tend to find a lot of investment not expanding or not coming in. So the political stability affects our economy in one or the other. The other thing is about legislations. and introduction of fees. I think we have the drive to raise revenue everywhere, and that has contributed a lot. You see, many counties came in, and a lot of counties, this county want to charge businesses, and this really impedes the growth of businesses in this country, and so we are left in an environment where you are not even sure what new fee will come up.
Okay.
You take an example of someone who has about 20 or 50 trucks moving from one county to another, delivering
bread,
yes, bread, for example. And each county wants you to pay about 30 cess. They call it cess, they call it movement, whatever, or distribution tax.
And then you've advertised on the truck.
Now they don't advertise. In fact, they paint them white. Yes,
because you put bread on your truck.
So you look at those costs, and you're like, no, it doesn't make sense.
Tobias,
yes.
Between 2011 and 2024, we cannot talk about political instability that would drive industry out of this country. So, right, we can say that really did not contribute, or did it?
It did in a way.
What political instability?
Let me tell you. You see, investment does not mean today is a political instability. It's a journey, because investment plan take years. So if there was instability 2-3 years back, your investment plan is derailed, definitely.
Okay.
So it's a journey that affects the future plans for any investor.
This is then very instrumental.
Yes.
Because in 2008, that's when we had actual proper political instability, right? And then we emerged out of it.
Correct.
In 2010, we promulgated a new constitution, ushering new hope for this country.
Yes.
So by 2011, when the economy was doing 11.5%, it was showing a recovery from that few big dip of 2007. Then we had a new constitution, devolution, new institutions in place, new all this and the other. Why would industry be jittery when constitution and everything else speaks hope? What is it that would make industry feel, I'm not sure about this, to a point where we're actually seeing a reduction in investment?
So if you continue, if you look at that journey, 2007, 2008, 2010 new constitution, everything is stable, government is working. 2013, look at 2013, what happened? There was election, of course. There was instability. People were not so sure what is going to happen. And that instability inhibits investment generally. So from there on, we've seen a lot of
2017
again. You see a lot of delayed investment. Someone say, I'm not going to expand until I'm sure. Meanwhile, what is happening in our other neighboring country? There is stability. What would someone say? He wants to make money, so move.
So that also contributed. The alternative that then existed, because our neighbors seem to have a stabler, cheaper
transition of power.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, the other one was the tax issues.
Yes.
Right? Obviously, those ones are big issues. There's a whole conversation about new county governments have come in and they're imposing taxes, and then there's the national level and the tax imposition, which is where CAM comes in. As you know, this body that advocates for these issues, you must have been having daily conversations with both national and county governments as all these things were happening.
Yes.
Are you saying that you're actually not getting to get a listening ear such that industry would still see, no, I am going? Because I'm looking 11.5 to 7.6, it's a huge drop.
Yes. So we do, and every year we do make recommendations, and these recommendations are based on well thought of research. The impact of any policy change, the impact of any increment of duty, the proposal of reduction of duty, and how that will impact investment in terms of the manufacturing sector. So in certain instances, our feedback was not taken. And through that, we just play what we say, wait and see what will happen, definitely. We've done our research. We know this will impact the growth of industries. And this is our proposal, either increase to protect the local industries or reduce duties, specific duties, to also enhance the growth of the industries. And also the citizens also lacking of understanding. For example, in the last finance bill, there was a conversation about protecting local manufacturers through imposing duty on imported sanitary pads. For that matter. And the citizens were like, you know what, this will not make the sanitary pads affordable. But from where we sit, if you protect the local manufacturing, you're growing the production locally, and you're also creating jobs. So it's a conversation that needs to be done by both citizen and understanding by both citizen and the political side. Otherwise, we make it an issue that we are now making some items expensive.
But is it really possible for the government, through its policies and through other endeavors, to actually ensure that manufacturing is actually enhanced, so that instead of this story of, one, it is too costly, B, people are moving out, that doesn't happen and that people actually stay? Is it possible for the government to do so? And if it is, what does the government need to do really?
It is very possible, and this one requires political will and goodwill from both government and even the citizens of Kenya. Other countries have done it. They took that hard stand and say, we are going to promote our SMEs, we are going to promote our local manufacturing. And they have grown. China has grown because of that intent. So it is indeed possible for our government to do that. And that is why you said we've had a conversation in the last 1 month with the Ministry of Trade and Investment to look at the business reform bill, which basically looks at what are the regulatory challenges that we have been facing and try to address these challenges going forward.
Let's take a break. It's 7:30. We're having a conversation about manufacturing in Kenya, sustainable manufacturing, a Kenyan perspective. What do we need to do to actually see this, let's call it a lofty ideal, to have a manufacturing sector contributing 20% of GDP by the year 2030? What do we need to see, happen? 20 by 30? Like in the next 5 years?
In the next 5 years.
We should be contributing 20%, from 7.6% to 20%.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to be radical. City, there's something happening on the 9th of November. And this is the Study in Ireland Fair. Tell us about it.
Well, there are people who actually want to study, and there are people who actually want to study abroad. And we are saying that this is actually very possible. And we want you to consider a destination that you may not have considered because of the many benefits it has. It's called Ireland. Now, Cradle.com are offering you an opportunity to understand and hear more about this. On the 9th of November at Gallant Mall, Parklands, the fair will take place, and it will feature top international universities, specifically from Ireland. Now, the benefits that you will derive from this particular fair is you'll get direct access to top universities, discover Ireland's career opportunities, and get expert advice on visas. But you have to register because entry is by invitation only, and you cannot get an invitation if you do not register. So to register, go to Cradle, CRAYDEL.com. Yes.
That's it.
That's it.
CRAYDEL.com.
Yes, Cradle. Yes.
And what's the date for the fair?
9th of November 2024, this year.
Where?
At Gallant Mall, Parklands.
Very good.
Yes.
We'll be back shortly with Tobias Orlando, Acting CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland Fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
Dublin City University is Ireland's university for transformation and enterprise. We currently offer over 60 undergraduate programs and over 40 master's programs. 96% of our graduates are in further employment or further studies within 6 months of graduation. If this sounds interesting to you, please join me to learn more about how you can strengthen your future at DCU. Looking forward to seeing you there.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone, make sure to visit celebrate the official Study in Ireland Fair at the Gallant Mall Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
I know mkona talents, lakini mkona vibe. It's time to discover East Africa's newest talent. Ni mda wa Kenya kuchachisha. Anguka nayo ka TikToker, utuonyeshe hizi stunts zako. Africa's biggest talent show, Bongo Star Search, is coming to Kenya. Stand a chance to win amazing prizes and work with the biggest names in entertainment. My judges, wakiongozwa na Rita, Master J, Salama Jabir, and our very own Sanaipe Itande, watakuwa pale tukicheka na tukilia. Tulieni mpangwe wasee. From majenzi hadi wakoro, students na corporates, jitokeze tujue nani mzii. Tukutane Kenya National Theatre on Friday 29th and Saturday 30th November. Kosa uchekwe brother. BSS Season 15, sasa beyond borders. Si mchezo. Tune in to ST Swahili Channel 160 or 400 every Sunday at 9 p.m. and on Wednesday for an extra highlights show at 8:30 p.m. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with Spice FM.
Cloud conditions in Nairobi this morning, 16 will see highs of 25 and lows of 16. 15 will be the low and mostly sunny. Nakuru at 15 with highs of 25. At 17 it's cloudy in Nyeri, going to highs of 24, and at 16 sunny in Eldoret with highs of 24. 25 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 32, and at 26 it's sunny in Malindi with highs of 32. Cloudy conditions at 22 in Kisumu, going to highs of 29, while at 20 it's cloudy in Kakamega with highs of 29 and lows of 15. The light rains continue in Kampala at 19 with highs of 28, while at 25 it's sunny in Dar es Salaam with highs of 30. 18 and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 28, while Mogadishu is sunny at 28, we'll see highs of 32. 13 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21, while Lagos is clear at 25, we'll see highs of 32, and it's cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa with highs of 30.
Spice FM, Malindi.
All right, not too much traffic in Nairobi. Well, that's not true. There's quite a lot of traffic this morning coming off the Eastern Bypass. Outer Ring, quite some as well. And folks are going to try get off of the Cabanas interchange and then get onto Mombasa Road, and then you'll be surprised because there's traffic there as you're trying to then approach Greater Mombasa Road. So that's pretty busy. Folks are then trying to get in through South Sea and then get you Old Mombasa Road, use the ICD to then get to town. It's a mess. Imara Daima out in that whole direction. We're seeing that slow down because of the construction that's going on Mombasa Road, which incidentally was supposed to have been finished by 11th of November 2023, but that's a suggestion for another day. There's traffic coming off of the Thika Superhighway. That's busy. Also, Westerns are starting to pile up. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour proper. Do talk to us and try to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continues the manufacturing sector in Kenya. Our guest is Tobias Alando, acting CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Tobias, there are situations. We live in this country, we live in this world, and we're living with daily situations. You may have left here, you're going for a meeting somewhere, and then on your way, there's an emergency. Say you're even traveling to go visit one of your manufacturer members who is out of Nairobi. On the way, car breaks down, and you're looking at what you need to do. You need to get, hotbed, a flatbed, gari yako si vuta, flatbed, bebwe, pelekwa kwa garage, call your garage, book them in, they sort it out. So you have to actually call flatbed to come. You have to think about the mechanic. Then you need to think, I need to still get to my meeting. And then you look and see, at this point, I actually don't have money on my, mobile wallet, and pulling from the bank to in these situations. Those situations happen.
Correct.
In life. You will need a companion with you in the pocket, and that companion is Tala. So Tala is not at because you are reckless and you're expending. It is for such situations. You want then to get some money immediately. You maybe need 25k to sort out all these issues. Go to Tala, you can borrow that 25k. You know you'll be able to repay within a couple of days. Tala asks you, so between 1 and 61 days, how many days, on which date do you want to pay? You can choose. I can say, in the next 15 days, I'm going to pay you back your 25k, or 45 days, or 60 days, or the whole 61 days. You choose for yourself. You will get your money immediately. There's no thing, tuma your logbook, kwanza, can we call somebody? Nothing. As long as you've downloaded Tala, you have it on your phone, you have been borrowing, so you've been working on your credit rating, you access the money to your limit. It's a way to life.
Excellent.
When you talk about convenience in life, Tala is that kind of thing.
Excellent.
Partner. Yeah. So we're still talking about manufacturing.
I mean, I want to look at some of these matters that we seem to have been having a conversation around for way too long. And in as much as, Kenya is our focal point, I think that a lot of the nations around the continent are dealt with this particular, and I'm going to be as bold as call it an illness, because it is an illness when you can't just wake up to decide to do something that you see will save you, essentially. So, but are these solutions formulaic in nature? That if you do 1 + 1, you are guaranteed to get 2. Where we know that taxes will generate some kind of income, I think that it is a lazy way of guarantee. That innovation requires that you do certain things in order for you to turn over. And in order for you to turn over, you must sell and make a profit. In order for you to sell and make a profit, you must then you must create. There's no nation on this world who's turning a profit, who's doing export, that has not innovated. Look around. Of course, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir because you know exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So is this a formulaic thing whereby you input this number, you mix it up here, you will get this at the end of the day? Is it? Does it work like that? Or is it more subjective?
It's more subjective, I would say so, because in the manufacturing sector, the bid of production is input-output, but there's what is after that. How do I access my market? How do I sell my products competitively? Looking at the cost of production and everything, how do I now move these goods to the intended people? So where we are at the moment is we are looking at identifying export markets, new export markets, and already there are trade agreements that have been signed in. One is a EU EPA, giving us an access to the EU market. EU, about a population of 300 million people. Giving us access to this market is a huge opportunity.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
How long ago was this initiative put into play?
This last year.
Exactly.
Last year. In fact, right now we are doing sensitization on the export readiness to all our manufacturers. And the EU market is not all about horticulture. That is what has been done.
Yes.
But there is more that we can export to the EU.
Like what?
Looking at finished manufactured goods.
Range quarter-free access.
A quarter-free, duty-free access.
Yes. For anything. We can make our slaughter our cows, get the hide, make our shoes and belts and bags
and sell to the EU.
I'm sorry, I just have to. So we know how stringent EU markets are.
Definitely.
We know that you can't we've seen it from the horticulture, for example. I went to a factory where I saw people measure a French bean, that it has to be so many inches, it has to be this color. The requirements are breakneck, straight. So for them to say, okay, Kenya, we're giving you access, we're allowing you to do 1, 2, 3, come in. One would imagine then that Kenya would say, oh, this is fantastic. Can we identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 products that we say we can sell, because you already know what they can let you bring in. It's there. what would the difficulty then present in identifying that product and then get going and say, all right, guys, there's the market. We've been allowed access. This is what we can make. We have the raw material. We have the expertise. What would be the challenge then in saying, okay, in the next 12 months or 24 months, we should make sure that this product then is available? Because some of those challenges that you speak of then do not exist. You don't have to fight for the door. The door is wide open.
Correct.
You don't have to fight for standards. You've already been told what the standards are.
Correct.
You just have to make
Yes.
and deliver.
Yes.
So why would that still be more difficult?
It's. I wouldn't say it's difficult. It's that we did not have that opportunity to export quota-free, duty-free. Now we have it. And we have done it in terms of exporting fresh produce to the EU, meaning we have already complied with the standard. We've understood about the logistics. We've understood about the regulatory requirement. The next step is now to identify which other products can we export to the EU.
Okay.
And encourage every person in this country to have that capability to invest in specific products and export to the EU. This is a huge market for us.
Who's taking lead in this?
We are taking lead
as
BMOs.
Okay.
CAM is just one of the lead BMOs. Chamber is also involved. We are working with EU ambassadors to facilitate this conversation amongst our members and amongst the people of Kenya. We've done a couple of sessions.
You know, you deal with people who are in business.
Yes.
They see opportunity where opportunity does not exist for the rest of us, right?
Correct.
They can see it, smell it from far, Kitambo. So as soon as the conversations about EU economic partnership agreement started, there are people who saw the opportunities.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
It's been how many years of the AGOA?
Almost many years, yeah.
It's coming to an end.
Yes.
The people who see opportunity have not gone beyond exporting textile from Kenya.
True.
And yet AGOA has so many options.
Yes.
Again, duty-free?
Quota-free. But let me...
We haven't taken advantage of AGOA.
We have our lessons that we learned through AGOA.
Okay.
AGOA, we never did even sensitization the way we are doing right now. We never even had technical experts from US, for that matter, to have that conversations with our exporters. EU, based on the learnings from AGOA, we're saying now we need to have our technical experts from that end to come and tell us what are the requirements. And we do a linkage with importers from that end with our suppliers from this end. So we've had our lessons. And I don't think we can repeat the same mistakes of AGOA of only relying on textile to export to the US.
Actually, we can. As Kenya, we actually can, because if you consider the nations that we keep speaking of, the Asian tigers, whom we like comparing ourselves with, if you look at the path they took to industrialization, we had started before them. In 1954, the colonial government set up what they called ICDC. Okay? It was supposed to do exactly what we're discussing here. And it did. And we saw the investments. And they were there. But somehow we seem to have this capacity for always engaging reverse gear. We moved. And the ICDC investments were in every sector. Whether they're talking Japan, whether they're talking Korea, they're talking China, their governments are involved in business enterprises. Governments are actually partners in some of those huge business enterprises.
Correct.
Now, we had a framework for it. What did we do? We are struggling and coming up with new ideas. We actually got it. We had it right. We actually had it right. But somehow, we fumbled it, we fumbled it, we did whatever it is that we do well, and now we're trying to recreate something that we actually had.
To the letter.
Yes.
And that's what I think, and that's why I asked the question about, is it formulaic? Because if it was, then I don't think we would be where we are today. It's not. Because if it was a crunching numbers kind of thing, we would say, okay, well, here, you put in this number, you get this. It must be more than that. But then at the same time, I think once we've introduced this the human thinking that doesn't allow us for some reason to not want to be in a situation where we are growing negatively. Whereby there have been countries on this planet, and we're not going to even use it. I mean, look at countries like Ireland, for example, who went through a biting famine, but then decided that on the back of that, and it was a decision that we will never be hungry again. They grew their food and stored it. They sold the surplus and then became, again, one of the most wealthy nations in Europe because of the decision. So are we lacking that lurching capacity to say, okay, guys, let us just do it? Ago is a brilliant example. We had the opportunity. They said, okay, yeah, we're going to open the doors for you. Do 1, 2, 3. We just kind of sat and twiddled our thumbs and looked around and said, okay, let's see if we can do... Then the opportunities present themselves again, and we're just kind of like, okay, well, yeah, okay.
You know, when we look at AGOA as an example, you need to do a comparison and say, okay, so which other African countries export other than textile to the US? And then we can blame ourselves and say, no, we didn't make use. But in reality, most of the African countries only exported textile because it was easier. But anyway, we have lessons that we've learned from that AGOA. The EU is an opportunity. If we look forward and say, what can we do best? And this is initiative of the private sector. Private sector are people who want to invest, who want to go forward. If the government is lagging, then the private sector definitely will move on their own. So it's an opportunity. It is already signed. The government bit is signed that agreement. And then leave the private sector to move.
Can private sector then work independently without government? I mean, sanction is too difficult a word, but without government involvement, where there are certain things that need to happen. There is at least, the capacity that needs to be built by government. But is it possible to work outside of that perimeter?
No, you can't say we can work without a government because this is a negotiation between two nations. So we only have the government to do their bit of signing this agreement. Then the bit of the private sector and say, now move in drones and access this market. That is our responsibility. And we are not going to sleep about it. We will take it by the horns. By the end of the day, it's business. People want to make profit. If you give me an opportunity to make profit in EU, I will go to EU without even hesitating.
Kenya Association of Manufacturers do a sterling job. There's no question about it. Because when I remember when the counties were coming into being and the efforts that the Kenya Association of Manufacturers made to try and ensure that the county governments actually understood what it is they were getting into, trying to get the executive, trying to get the politicians to understand the processes of lawmaking, these things. Kenya Association of Manufacturers has actually done a sterling job. But again, the forward movement that we speak of, without a solid commitment from government, there is a limit to how much we will move, or how quickly we'll move, or where we will actually even get to. It's not that the government isn't involved. No. The committed contribution of government, because that, in my opinion, is not there.
I've actually just been thinking, what level of commitment is this that we'd like to see from government, and why is it lacking? Again, I want to just look back into those years. So let's say the last 22 years, all right? Mwai Kibaki comes in, economy starts growing, get into 2005, referendum, the politics of the country for the next 2 years are just horrible. 2007, then again, we start picking up. And like you said, we hit a peak of over 10%, 11% contribution to GDP. Our GDP was growing. Our GDP since Kibaki left to now has continued to grow. We are at what now? 13 trillion, right? But our contribution of the manufacturing sector has gone down. That means no proper investment, new investment into this. As the economy is growing, there is no investment in tandem. But look at what the government has been doing all those times. In the Kibaki years, that's when, for example, the issue of power, they started addressing the issue of power. Split this thing, have producer, have transmission, have distribution. Let's start investing into looking at how we can expand our power mix, create GDC, go and do exploration of geothermal and how much we need, and so on and so forth. Those things didn't come into fruition until after 2013. Geothermal, we increased. We have Lake Turkana wind power. We have the solar in Garissa, and so on and so forth. So our power mix has increased. But then our cost of power is still high. Our transmission lines have increased. Ketraco has actually done many kilometers of transmission line, but our cost of power is still high. Government has a ministry dedicated to trade. Since Kibaki, into Uhuru 1, into Uhuru 2, into Ruto, there is a trade ministry with a minister whose specific focus is industry. But yet, 11 to 7. What's wrong? I mean, I'm still struggling to figure out what exactly is not working. So what needs to be fixed?
So, and probably that's why we've had almost three trade and industry ministers in the last couple of years, because maybe the top level doesn't see things moving, and that's why they're making the changes. But from where we sit, key actions need to be taken to ensure that the manufacturing sector grow. Taxation, I mentioned taxation regime in this country. I mentioned predictability of the policy environment. I mentioned issues around VAT refund. For example, if you take just a simple example, KRA gets an allocation of 2.5 billion for VAT refunds. Yes, there's a claim of about 4 billion, leaving a deficit of 1.5 billion every month of VAT refunds. And of course they say it takes time to verify some of the VAT refunds. Some of them are not correct. But anyway, if they automate and systemize that process to weed off the bad ones and pay the right people, then we'll have this money circulating. We've had also issue about pending bills. The government is the largest buyer in this country. When you have about 800 billion pending bills, both national and county government, just imagine that amount circulating in the economy. It will be very good. The growth will be tremendous. Everybody will benefit. But right now we have people who have not been paid. You've supplied national and the county government, but you've not been paid.
Yet all these things, Tobias, are things that, as you say them, they're obvious.
Yes.
Even those in government see them as obvious. In fact, the manufacturing sector has had its voice in government. Somebody who was in the position that you're sitting in for over 10 years at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Betty Maina, moved in to become a minister.
Yes.
And a minister for trade.
Yes.
So you can say the manufacturing sector had actually the strongest voice in government.
It started off actually as PS and then moved on to
CS. The current CS in the Treasury, Dr. Chris Kiptoo, was a PS in trade. So if you talk about even at the Treasury, you have advocates who have sat with you, who have understood what you're saying, so where is the disconnect? Why is it that these obvious things become difficult
I think
at some point?
We must admit the political environment is typically different. There are a lot of interests, even when you want to push policies.
How is that the political environment, Tobias? If you are talking about this unbridled greed that we seem to have adopted as a growth culture in this country, it isn't political. It may be politically motivated or supported, but it isn't political. It's anything that the government is involved in. When you talk about the 800 billion pending bills, those were bills which the monies were budgeted for, the projects were budgeted for, the money was supposed to have been paid. They are pending because they were not paid, and yet the money still doesn't exist. So, do the maths. Where do you think the money went? We know that money walks on its own at midnight, but did it really leave? Did it acquire wings? Because the walking we understand. All I'm saying is there is a conversation And that's why I talked about commitment. There is a conversation about commitment. The thing that characterized the Kibaki government was that the commitment.
The commitment, yeah.
They said they did. The commitment brought about the change. Here, it is understood, but you don't see commitment. From the time Uhuru came in, one saw some form of commitment, but the sort of commitment that is supposed to pull us up and take us to the takeoff stage, that is not there. If it was there, with all the resources we know we have,
I think it's been there.
Where?
It's been there.
Where?
In terms of infrastructure development has continued. Those economic trade agreements that we're talking about started then.
Exactly.
Even the conversation with Trump about the future after AGOA, what then, was still in government.
The commitment.
There's all those conversations that are happening, and you're like, all right, how do we develop? How do we expand? How do we?
That's not commitment. That is understanding that these are the things you do to hoodwink the public, that you're actually doing something, and yet nothing happens. Because if it happened, you would see it.
No, but the signing of these trade agreements, that's not hoodwinking. It has happened. It has happened.
Is hoodwinking. You sign so that we have this belief that something is going to happen. If it happened, then why is it that the change we keep talking about never happens? Why?
It will take time. I was just with the EU ambassador in Machakos County, educating our members and our manufacturers and traders of the opportunity in EU. If there was no signing of this agreement, would we be sitting with the EU ambassador to talk about this?
You know, Tobias, the effort that KM makes is not what I'm talking about here.
Okay.
It is government.
It's government. The efforts that you make are clear, and the commitment is clear. I'm talking about government.
Tobias, in about 30 seconds,
yes,
what must we do to realize these changes we need?
We need to be intentional, very intentional as a country. And of course committed as a country and as a people, and realize that our neighbors and our counterparts are not sleeping in the job. They're growing their manufacturing sector. They're growing their businesses. Investment in those regions is also growing. So we need to be intentional as a country and say this is where we want to go, also to grow our manufacturing sector.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very well said. Tobias Alando, Acting CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. News time, 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations apprehended another suspect in the murder of Willis Ayeko, a former Wells Fargo human resource manager. The suspect, Frederick Otieno, is a Boda Boda operator who is thought to have played a key role in Ayeko's abduction and murder. According to police, Omondi allegedly provided transportation for the main suspect, Victor Ouma, also known as Cisco, who was initially detained in Dandora, Nairobi. According to authorities, Omondi used his motorbike to transport Ouma to the location of Ayeko's abduction. In a related development last week, police in Kisumu fatally shot another suspect, Robert Okoh, who is reportedly Ouma's brother and was also involved in the crime. The investigation is ongoing, with DCI officers pursuing multiple leads to determine the full circumstances surrounding Ayeko's murder. Women MPs under the group called Wezesha Mama Inua Jamii have called on young ladies to protect themselves from the perpetrators behind femicide cases in the country. The MPs have advised young girls to avoid meeting up with such men at undisclosed places, as well as accepting their friend requests from social media, yet they do not know them.
Kwa watoto wasichana, usifurahie mtu ambaye anakupatia pesa. Usiambiwe twende tukakutane katika mahali fulani ambapo hujui. Usiende huko. Na kama utajipata mahali kama huko, tumia macho yako, tumia masikio. Ukijiona kama uko kwa shida, kama inawezekana, toroka. Na tunawasihi wasichana wetu, tafadhali, hii mapenzi ya Facebook, hii mapenzi ya netbook, hii ya Facebook, hii mapenzi ya TikTok, wachaneni nao. Kwa sababu mimi najua wale wanauana hapa Kenya
12 kama wafuasi wa Yesu, unamuacha na unasonga kwa huyo mwingine. Hata huyo mwingine akikataa unasonga kwa huyo mwingine. Sahi hata ni wengi hao wanaua wasichana, wasituletee hiyo ujinga. Wewe pendana na mwenye anakupenda.
The father called on security agencies to hasten their arrests and judiciary to as well as hasten such cases so that the victims can get justice.
We want to warn those men who are killing our girls. We are giving them notice, and we want to request the security apparatus to look for those people everywhere where they are hiding, because we want to protect our girls. We are tired of burying our daughters because of very foolish men who think that killing is the only way if you don't get love. We are giving you notice, and we want to request the judiciary, when you get such people, you jail them for life without an option of a fine. Walale jela mpaka siku ile Mungu atawaita waende mbinguni.
Some 200 parliamentary staffers risk losing their jobs in parliamentary service in the Public Service Commission, looming crackdown on unqualified employees. This follows an audit by PSC to verify the authenticity of academic certificates used by the affected staff to secure their positions. The purge, which is believed to be currently targeting both senior and junior staff on PSC payroll, will likely be cascaded to officials attached to legislators at their constituency offices. Parliament's Department of Human Resource is yet to disclose specific disciplinary actions it plans to prescribe for those identified. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
We are in the middle of traffic hour this Tuesday. Let's take a quick look at what's coming off the Thika Superhighway, and traffic is building as you get past the Outer Ring Junction coming in from the Allsop stage. That's busy as you get towards Pangani, and then out towards the Globe Cinema roundabout. It's busy on Kiambu Road as well as on Limuru Road coming in through Muthaiga. Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley is also bumper to bumper in some parts. Let's take a quick look at James Gishuru, which over the drift in and outbound is crazy. Inbound from the Red Hill Link Road is also quite something. Bumper to bumper action on Ring Road Kileshwa, on Ring Road Westlands, and then coming in also on Uhuru Highway all the way from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Now that traffic is bumper to bumper as it is on Bunyala Road coming in from Aerodrome. So we are in traffic hour, like I said. We're looking for where there's no traffic this morning. We might not be able to find too many of those. Talk to us anyway. SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. Asante sana for choosing this as the way to start your day. And yes, we are looking at what's happening in the country. We'll also be following what's happening in America. Our colleagues there who have a right to vote commenting heavily on our live stream on YouTube and saying how excited they are. Whatever choice they're making. Well, yeah. I think by tomorrow morning we'll start now seeing what's coming out of that election. Ndu, please. You know, it's important that we talk about when you are judged amongst your peers and you're called the number one private bank in the country. That's not a joke.
It's a big deal, my friend.
Pana, it's not a joke.
Standard Bank has actually been rated the number one bank when it comes to private banking and the number one private bank in Kenya. And one of the reasons why that happens is because of banking easily.
Yes.
Easy banking. Okay, so how does that happen? Because it can be private. You can actually have your banking needs met in the comfort of a private banker, your personal relationship banker, walking into the bank and getting to a suite and making all your needs known. And they say, okay, you know what? We hear you, we see you, and we can tailor make all of these things according to your needs. Nobody else needs to know. You don't need to fit into the mold that anybody else needs to. And one of the reasons why Stanbic is the number one private bank in Kenya is just because of this, making banking a lot more easy for you to deal.
Now, when you talk about banking for people who want to have an easy, simple life, that they're working so hard, they don't want to work so hard at just looking at whether their money is safe in the bank, right? They don't want to work so hard at you walking to a bank and you queuing, and you do not want to do all those things. This is where Stanbic Bank comes in. And we'll be telling you more about our focus this week, and also telling you how you can get 25,000 shillings into your Stanbic Bank account. 25K. Sawa. Yes. Siti, there's also something else that we're talking about.
We're talking about studying.
Yes.
It's important to study.
Yes.
And because it's important, we want to tell you about opportunities that exist in Ireland.
Yes.
On the 9th of November this year, 2024, at Gallant Mall in Parklands, there will be an official fair, study fair. It will feature universities from Ireland. Now, this fair is brought to you by Cradle. Now, you may ask, how do I get to be involved in this? Well, you can go to Gallant Mall, but to actually gain entry into this particular fair, you need to register. Yes. And to register, you simply need to go to cradle.com. Now, once you register, that whole world opens up to you. Direct access to top universities, Ireland's career opportunities, guidance on visa requirements. All these things are possible, but you have to register. Yes.
Lazima.
Yes.
Yeah. So registration is www.cradle.com. And you've spelled Cradle?
Craydel, Cradle.
Very good.
Yes.
Sawa. Let's talk about water, okay? And whether we are actually doing enough to make sure that we have water, sufficient water for our people, for all the users of water. We are joined by two guests in the studio. The first one is His Excellency Professor Hilary Barchok, PhD, EGH, Governor of Bomet County, and he's also the chair of the water pillar at the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And the second one is Waziri Penina Mukabane. She is the County Executive Committee member for Water, Environment, Climate Change, Natural Resources, Mukombero, and the others in Kakamega County. Welcome, Governor. Welcome, Waziri.
Thank you so much.
Karibuni sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yeah.
It's been a long time coming, Governor.
Yes.
Yes, Bwana, but here you are.
Yes.
Waziri as well. We have talked many times about the environment, about the only tropical rainforests in this country, which is in your county. How is it, by the way?
Yeah, it's doing well. First of all, receive greetings from my governor, Honorable Fernandez Odinga Baraza. He's doing fine, and he gave me the blessings to come here. The tropical rainforest, it covers more than 4,000 hectares as we speak, and at one time, part of it was, there was a lot of deforestation. But since devolution came in, the county government has done quite a number of measures to ensure that we restore it back to its original state. First of all, we are fencing it. We are going to fence a total of 117 kilometers, which stretches from Shinyalu in Kakamega up to Kibiri in Vihiga. We did the first phase where we fenced 15 kilometers. Now we are doing the second phase where we are fencing 34 kilometers. And the county puts in 25 million every year. Then we are supported by Safaricom Foundation and Rhino Arc to be able to complete. And we've started seeing the results. We have a lot of biodiversity that had since disappeared. We've seen it has started coming up.
Right.
Yeah.
And people have now stopped.
And there is an organized way of
harvesting Mukombero and others. We'll talk about that shortly.
Yes, yeah.
Karibuni sana.
Thank
the
you
first
so
thing is the city is going to welcome you with the day's proverb. He goes to an African country every week and brings us 5 proverbs, one a day. Your job is to listen to the proverb, internalize it, and give us your interpretation. Not his, not from anyone, your own interpretation.
Okay.
City, where are we this week?
We're in DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. At one point or the other, it was called Leopoldville. This country has the distinction of having been owned by one individual, the King of Belgium at that particular time, and had the distinctive name of Leopold. That's why it was called Leopoldville. Right. Its name has changed. It has had wars. It has a population of 109 million. There could have been more. But there are 2 wars. They lost around 7 million people in total. Yes. Wars are not good things. The proverb: rain does not fear the authority of a king.
Rain does not fear the authority of a king. Governor, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for giving me a chance to appear and have this very, very important discussion, particularly on water. And rain does not fear the authority of a king. And from my own interpretation, when things are designed to happen, they will happen. Irrespective of who you are or your authority, because there are things that are designed by God which are beyond us. So sometimes we have to go with the current of the nature and the designs of God's. That is how I look at it.
When it's time, it's time.
It is time.
Okay. Waziri, what's your interpretation?
Yes. My opinion is that rain does not fear the authority of a king. It means nature will take its course, irrespective of what us as human beings or the capital investments we put wherever we've put. Nature will take its course no matter what. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Similar interpretation. Very good one. Let's start by first of all understanding the economic bloc, the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Governor.
Thank you very much. Lake Region Economic Bloc is made up of 14 counties, running all the way from Bomet, Kericho, extending to Kisumu. We have Nandi, we have Kisii, we have Nyamira. And in this block, we have approximately around 17 million people, which is a very huge population. And it has been the trend all over. We have counties coming together to have economic progress so that they have viable investments. Each of these counties has its own competitive advantage over the rest. Like when you come to Bomet, we are a dairy county. We have a lot of tea. You go to Kisumu, probably in Homa Bay, you'll have a lot of fish and other resources that we can share within our block. So we have been doing a lot of investment and coming together, sharing ideas and experiences, and also speaking in one voice so that we can attract investments in our region and even financing of our infrastructure.
How is the economic bloc formed? Is it by law? Is it counties coming together and agreeing that maybe we should form a club?
We have a challenge, and that is why we have been agitating that we should institutionalize these economic blocs in law. So, as you have rightly put this, it's like more of a club because we don't have a legal framework to support it. But we have been having that discussion, and I want to believe that very soon we'll be able to have a legal framework that will support economic blocs. Yeah, not only in Lake Region Economic Bloc, but all the blocs that we have within the country.
You mentioned a challenge. What are these challenges?
I've mentioned the issue of the legal framework. You know, this is just an agreement, and it's not recognized in law, these economic blocs. But we have been agitating for that as counties so that it is recognized. Even when it comes to the issue of funding the running of the activities of the bloc, it has been a challenge. And we have been having audit queries every year because of non-recognition in terms of its existence.
What are the benefits of having such a bloc?
I've mentioned one. Of course, when you talk about a population of 17 million,
yes,
and you approach a donor, for example, or a partner, development partner, you know, this institution, this partner will be able to listen to you compared to Bomet going it alone with a population of 1 million. You know, it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Can I add something?
By all means.
Yeah. Having these regional blocks, just to add on what the governor has said, we have shared resources, and especially like water is a cross-boundary issue. And there are likely to be disputes coming from it. For instance, if Kakamega, Busia and Bungoma are benefiting from the water that's coming from Nandi, and maybe Nandi feels they are not getting enough benefit from what comes of it, there is reason to sit together and have mutual agreements on how to protect the catchment. Because as much as the water is coming from Nandi and it's serving Kakamega, Kisumu, Siaya and all that, we'll need to have agreements on how do we then conserve and protect our water catchment areas. How do we get mutual benefit? And if we have developed infrastructures, Kakamega, how then do we incorporate the interests of Nandi County, Bomet County, and so on?
Aha. How many catchment areas do we have in this block?
Yeah, there are about 3. We have the Yala, we have Tindinho, then we have the Lake Basin. Yeah.
Okay, extending all the way to the Mau, of course.
So, I mean, one of the things, we look at practicability of all of this. And if we look at these catchments, what uses are we seeing that they're fulfilling in these counties which now form this economic bloc? Who's using them and for what? Who's using these sources and what are they using them for? Whether it's on a, individual scale or whether it's, large economic activity.
I don't want to look at it like this belongs to so-and-so because these are shared resources. And we need to be very careful on how we are using these resources. We must use it in a very sustainable way, which means even as we explore the resources that we have to have conservation in mind. And probably for us to develop economically, as we are describing ourselves as economic bloc, then we have to sit down and agree on how we are going to share these resources. As Waziri has indicated, if we are not very careful, it will be a source of conflict.
Okay.
Because even in our region, the quarrel that we have been having, of course, Bomet is and Kerija in the upper zone, where we have the sources of most of the rivers. So Bomet, Kericho, for example, are investing a lot of resources in conservation. But the people who are reaping out of our investment are the people downstream. So that's already a conflict. And that is why we need to come together and say, yes, Bomet, you are investing a lot of resources in terms of conserving the Mau forest and the catchment in the upstream. What do we do?
Okay, which is why I'm asking,
yes,
what are they using these water sources for? Are we looking at just home use? Are we looking at agricultural activity? Are we looking at watering animals, construction? What are the main activities that take up this use?
Okay, well, it cuts across all of them. We have domestic, we have agriculture, industrial use, source of energy. For example, we have hydro. So we normally say water is life.
Yes.
And for us to be able to have sustainable development, then it is something that we have to look at it seriously and find a way of managing that resource because it cuts across. We can, we have Vision 2030, which recognizes water is a very important enabler for us to be able to achieve that vision. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And that is why we have the regional waterworks development agencies. For instance, we have Lake Victoria North Water Services Board that serves Kakamega, Kisumu, Busia, up to, it goes up to some regions of Uasin Gishu. And we have the Lake Victoria South, and then we have the Rift Valley Waterworks. So they extract this water for large-scale economic use. Exactly. Yes. So, and when they develop this infrastructure, they don't hand them over to the counties. But the water service providers, who are the water companies in their respective counties, are then allowed to make use of the water and supply to the residents. So in addition, the water, just as the governor told you, it's used also for irrigation purposes. It's used for dams, construction and all that. So it's very important. And that is why you'll find that in addition to what the governor said, that we just agree as counties and form a block. But you'll also realize most of these blocks have formed along those lines of the waterworks development agencies, the way they are set out in the National Water Act.
It's resource driven.
Yeah, it's resource driven.
Now, is there, because today we're talking about access and sustainability, is there a framework to ensure equitable access to this resource called water? That all the 14 counties have equitable access to their resource?
Thank you very much. I think as much as we are talking of LREB, Lake Region Economic Bloc, we don't want to look at ourselves in isolation. Of course, we have a national framework. We have the Water Act that is in place, and other policies and legal framework that has been put in place. So as much as we are talking of Lake Region Economic Bloc, we are also doing our planning in line with what we have put in place nationally. So there is a lot that we are doing, and probably that is why we have come together as 14 counties, so that we have a common understanding on some of these issues, so that even as we advocate for ourselves, we have one language in terms of what we need to do so that we have sustainable use of our natural resources for our economic benefit. Yes.
So is there a framework, even if it's through the national law, the Water Act, that ensures that everybody in the 17 counties is guaranteed equitable access?
Yes.
Of course, there are some areas where you have the rivers and they're flowing, and so they have access to water. But then there are some areas downstream that may not have access to this water directly. The water boards are developing the infrastructure. The water service providers may not be at the same level in terms of being able to distribute the water to the end users.
Yes, I want to say that still, I want to say Kenya, of course, has this international, is signatory to some of the international commitments that we have. SDG 6, which calls for all of us to have access and availability of water and sanitation to everyone by 2030. Of course, that's still a challenge. And all of us have to align ourselves to that. And that is why, in our small way, we are working towards that. As a region, and part of the discussion that we are having is to have a legal framework. How do we contribute to that as an economic bloc? Of course, cascading to the individual counties and even areas within, because not all the 14 counties are the same. We have our own challenges as Bomet. Kakamega have their own challenges. Kisumu have their own challenges. And even in the 14 counties, we have a lot of disparities. There are some who are disadvantaged because with the advent of devolution, there are those of us who didn't have any water infrastructure. So we can be the same. There are others who are better off because of the investment that was done earlier on before the advent of devolution. So those are the disparities that we have. But we want to speak with what language? How do we bring up all these counties to a level that we can say everyone is comfortable? Because if, as Bomet, I don't have failed water to my people, will we be able to realize this goal that we have set for ourselves? By the year 2030, everyone should be able to access water, should be able to access sanitation and so forth. That should be the discussion.
Thank you so much. I also want to add something, if you don't mind, on what the governor just explained. Ideally, all of us should benefit equally from this water resources and the infrastructure that's being developed by national government. And there is a National Water Master Plan 2030 that exists. And if you look critically at the strategic plans of these waterworks development agencies, they usually extract their priorities from this National Water Master Plan. And I was privileged to be part of the process where Lake Victoria North was developing their strategic plan for the next 5 years. Actually, they have put in projects that will benefit Kakamega, that will benefit Bungoma, that will benefit Trans Nzoia, and Busia as well. So I want to assume that ideally, the way it's planned on the national documents and in the strategic plan, each county needs to benefit. But you see, it also depends on the resources. For instance, they require about 34 billion to be able to do this. But supposing they don't raise the 34 billion, now it comes to push and shove. Who is more aggressive to get these projects?
Yes.
Who voted correctly? You know, in Kenya, we understand this. So ideally, all of us should benefit based on the plans, the strategic plan, and the National Water Master Plan.
And the Constitution.
But because now of the and the Constitution, but because of the shortage of resources, you will find that some areas will move faster compared to the others.
Okay. And so the question then is whether the LREB is actually working at addressing this to make sure that you're focusing on bringing everybody on board, to bring everybody to par. Whether it's in your plans, it's in your investment in terms of your budget, it's in your investment in terms of getting support from development partners and so on. Okay. So we shall be taking a break shortly, and then we come back and continue this conversation. Governor, you know, of course, about CPF, right?
Yes.
All counties know CPF. Sindio, what is CPF, Governor?
County Pension Fund.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is very important because at some point we must retire. That's a fact. And I think as governors and as responsible leaders, we must prepare our people for retirement.
Yes.
And retirement, you don't wait until the last year to be able to do that. You must prepare from the first day that you are employed. Make small contribution for that rainy day when you not be able to work for yourself.
So now CPF has an arm called the CPF Financial Services, which is Kenya's largest administrator of pension funds, right?
Yes.
And CPF Financial Services then has come up with the Taifa Pension Fund. www.taifa pension fund. This is an umbrella pension scheme designed for employers. It's a defined contribution pension fund managed by Kenya's largest administrator, CPF Financial Services. What it does is it takes the tier 2 contributions. So tier 1 of pension goes to NSSF.
Yes.
And then tier 2 is optional. You can either put tier 2 also into NSSF, or you can take it into your own defined pension scheme. Now, the Taifa Pension Fund takes tier 2, and they're saying, you guys know CPF, and because you know how CPF works and how much it has been of benefit to many, then can you imagine now if you actually take then tier 2 of your pension contribution to that? For employers, for employees, many benefits. That's why they're saying go to Taifa Pension Fund. That thing is confusing me. The P and the F. Taifa Pension Fund.
Yes, that's like that is okay.
.com. TaifaPensionFund.com. City. Tala is also another big thing that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Yes, as we go into this break as well. Please tell us about Tala.
You cannot have a conversation about life and not have a conversation about emergencies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Emergencies, by their very nature, don't tell in advance that they're coming. And if they're of a financial nature, you only need to look at your WhatsApp and look at the number of groups that you're invited to. Tala offers financial freedom for that very moment when you have looked around and you're not quite sure where you're going to get money from. They are regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, and they are registered with the Data Commissioner, which means they are safe. They're not these fly-by-night fintechs who, should you borrow money from them and should you delay in payment, they will tell the whole world, plus your relatives, how you haven't paid them. No. None of these embarrassing situations. Tala is a companion, and as they say in English, a friend in need.
Yes.
And indeed makes them a friend what? Indeed. Yes.
Yep. Our conversation continues shortly. We're talking about access and sustainability of water and water resources in this country and what we need to do in Kenya's water sector. Our guest, Professor Hilary Barchok, the governor of Bomet County, who's also the chair of the water pillar at the Lake Region Economic Bloc, and Penina Mukabane, who is the Waziri for Water, Environment, Climate Change, Natural Resources from Kakamega County.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
TUS is currently offering a €1,000 Sub-Saharan Africa scholarship that is eligible to all our incoming students from the region. There is an additional €3,000 alumni scholarship for all students progressing to first year from our foundation program, giving you a total of €4,000 scholarship from first year till you graduate. 86.9% of our graduates are employed within 9 months of completing their degree. It's such an amazing time at TUS, and we look forward to welcoming you. Thank you.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
I know mkona talents, lakini mkona vibe. It's time to discover East Africa's newest talent. Ni mda wa Kenya kuchachisha. Anguka nayo kaa TikToka, utuonyeshe hizi stunts zako. Africa's biggest talent show, Bongo Star Search, is coming to Kenya. Stand a chance to win amazing prizes and work with the biggest names in entertainment. My judges, wakiongozwa na Rita, Master J, Salama Jabir, and our very own Sanaipe Itande, watakuwa pale tukicheka na tukilia. Tulieni mpangwe wasee. From majenzi hadi wakoro, students na corporates, jitokeze tujue nani mzii. Tukutane Kenya National Theatre on Friday 29th and Saturday 30th November. Kosa uchekwe brother. BSS Season 15, sasa beyond borders. Si mchezo. Tune in to ST Swahili Channel 160 or 400 every Sunday at 9 p.m. and on Wednesday for an extra highlights show at 8:30 p.m. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
18 degrees and partly sunny conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 28 and highs of 25, and a sunny Nakuru at 17. It's 18 and cloudy in Nyeri. We'll see highs of 24 and highs of 24 as well, and a sunny Eldoret currently at 17. It's 26 and sunny in Mombasa, going to highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 28. Partly sunny at 24 in Kisumu with highs of 29, and at 19 Kakamega is sunny, going to highs of 29. The rains have stopped for now in Kampala at 21, cloudy, highs of 29, and it's sunny at 27 in Dar es Salaam with highs of 31 and lows of 25. Johannesburg at 20 is mostly cloudy with highs of 28 and lows of 14, and we're looking at sunny conditions at 29 going to highs of 32 in Mogadishu. It's 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22 and lows of 9, while Lagos is sunny at 25. We'll see highs of 32 in a cloudy Kinshasa. It's 24 degrees. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 23.
Spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
Busy traffic in the city as we are still in traffic hour. Uhuru Highway is taking off some of that between your junctions of Lusaka and Langata Road and all the way towards Haile Selassie coming in from Gong Road. It is very busy. We're looking at bumper to bumper. It'll take you a hot minute to get out of that one if you're stuck there, but thereafter you should be fine. It's busy on Landis going towards Kamkunji, and we're seeing traffic then coming in from Ring Road and Ngara. The Thika Superhighway is not doing too badly except when you get to Survey, and then it will bumper to bumper through towards Wangari Maathai on one side and Muranga Road on the other. It's busy on Kiambu Road as well, and now is when we see traffic building heavily coming in from Limuru Road, heading out towards Muthaiga Road, that whole area, Lower Kabete, going towards Spring Valley, Kitisuru, Thigiri Ridge, out towards Peponi, bumper to bumper in most parts here, so one to look out for. The Red Hill Link Road is not going to do you too much justice as you're trying to get towards Waiaki. The other way, yes. We'll keep talking. Let's see what happens as we get through traffic hour. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our water conversation continues with Governor Hilary Barchok from Bomet and Penina Mukabane, CCM for Water, Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources from Kakamega County. And of course, we were talking about the access question, right? So you have some counties like yours, like you said, that are upstream, and this is where the water sources are. And you have counties that are downstream, and this is where people still want to extract water. But I'm sure you'll agree with me. It doesn't mean that because Bomet is upstream, that everybody in Bomet has easy access to water. And even the counties that are downstream, they also don't have easy access to water. What mechanisms have been put in place to ensure proper access?
Okay, thank you. As I've actually put it rightly, as much as I want to say Bomet, for example, which is upstream, is endowed with quite some huge resources when it comes to water, but not everybody is enjoying that resource. And the main reason, and I don't want to say that we are not putting in effort, but water infrastructure is very, very expensive. So getting piped water is still a challenge because we have competing priorities. And that is why we have been running around looking for partners to support. Like in Bomet, we have quite a number of partners who have come on board to support us in investing in the area of infrastructure for water, like Red Cross. They have supported us, especially in Konoin, Sub-County, and Jebalungu, where they have injected their own resources. We have World Vision, which is working in Jebalungu area. They have also invested their resources. We are working also closely with the national government, and this is where the private and the public-private partnership is coming in to invest also in the area of water, because very expensive, and because of those competing priorities, we may not have resources either as national or as county governments to be able to do that. And we have also been sensitizing our people, particularly when it comes to water harvesting and storage. That's one other area that we can capitalize on, and we have not been doing very well in that. On a day we may have floods, tomorrow we have drought, and we need to speak to ourselves, talk to our people, and also invest in that particular area, especially harvesting water, storing for future use.
When we talk about sustainability, because then it's also very important, and some of the things that you have mentioned, why has it been so difficult to? I mean, I know that there's a drought, but is there an understanding across communities, across the users, across organizations, across government itself that's supposed to make sure that the sustainability factor comes into play, and how is that actually being done? I know that there's other parts where they say, okay, if you're in a place where it's producing charcoal, if you're going to burn a tree for charcoal, then you must plant 3 more, kind of thing. So what kind of sustainability efforts are taking place to ensure that 30 years down the line there will be as much water, if not more, available for this region to use?
Of course, there are a number. As much as we are talking of sustainability, we have to look at it in different ways. First of all, continuous investment in terms of infrastructure, which means we need to have a very strong mechanism of financing this infrastructure in a very sustainable way. It's unfortunate that as a country we are relying heavily on our development partners. In fact, more than half of the investment that we are making doing in the water sector is actually funded by our partners. So, which we need to run away from it because of the changing dynamics globally. Priorities are changing, so we have to find a way of maintaining ourselves. And that is why even programs that are running currently, we tend to look inside rather than outside in terms of the interventions and the resilience that we need to build as a country. Of course, we have a challenge. Maybe going back to the proverb that we started with, we have the climate change. So even as we are planning that and doing that and talking of sustainable way of using resources, there are things that can be beyond us. And even as we are planning for that, we must plan, bearing in mind the challenges that we are having globally with the changes in climate and so forth. So we need to have a very holistic view of how we ensure that we have this resource today, tomorrow, and in future. So, which I think one of the problems that we have been having is this integrated kind of planning, where everybody is working in silos. And I think that is why we are reawakening ourselves. When you come to our region, we are now speaking as 14 counties. Because even when it comes to planning, yes, what activities have Kakamega planned as compared to their neighbors? Because I can put an industry next to a catchment area. Yeah. I'm doing conservation. But my neighbor is investing on totally different thing that will destroy the investment that I'm making. And that's why we're saying we need to have an holistic kind of planning and movement in terms of the direction that we want to take.
So, Governor, is there such a document? Is there a harmonized policy by the Lake Region Economic Bloc, or harmonized strategy by the Lake Region Economic Bloc when it comes to conservation and extracting use of these resources?
Yes, I want to say that we are making strides towards that, and probably at some point we'll be mentioning our conference. And part of the reasons why we are having that conference from the 6th to the 7th is to harmonize ourselves and put up a legal framework that will support us in that direction. Yes.
Thank you. Maybe just to add on what the governor has said, the water issues, access, water security and access to water, the insecurity arises from various factors. One is because of governance issues, right from the top up to the community levels, and also inadequate production. We may have the rivers, the lakes, but if you've not created an intake and a treatment plant, which requires a lot of infrastructure, as he said, then not everybody will get the water, especially in our rural areas. But the pace of urbanization is very fast, and counties are developing. Because of devolution, counties are opening up, and investors are coming down. So as counties, we have done quite a lot to ensure that our people access water. For example, in Kakamega, in the governor's campaign manifesto, he had this clarion call of Amati Kumliango, whereby Amati Kumliango means water at the doorstep. Water at the doorstep, and many partners have come in to support. Apart from the county putting in a budget of over 600 million every year, we have got USAID Western Kenya Water Project that have helped us to do last mile connectivity on 3 major projects, and in informal settlement within Kakamega town, there's a place called Juakali in Kakamega town, and Mujini in Mumias, where they are doing a lot of metering and last mile connectivity to reduce non-revenue water as well. And then we have KABDA, which have developed many community projects, and they are also building the capacity of these communities to be able to effectively manage their water supplies. And where we have no service line completely, we also have 2 other partners, Western Water Project, where they are doing boreholes in every primary school in the central region of Kakamega. And we have Believers Revival Mission, who are also capturing the other part of Kakamega that's not covered. So what we need to do as the Lake Region Economic Bloc is to have a plan for the bloc. Like a master plan for the block, so that even the investors who are coming in, they know the entry point, they know the areas that are underserved, and they know the specific interventions. Because there are areas that are not close to a service line, not close to a river. What solution do you give in such a case? So we really need to invest also in alternative service delivery models. Because if you rely on the water companies, and maybe they have got their own issues of finances and all that, it becomes a problem. So as Kakamega, we are opening up to private operator models who will take up specific water schemes, offer professional management, do last mile connectivity, but still report the WASREB indicators through the water companies, because we have 2 major companies. There is the rural and there is the urban. So depending on the area you're operating, then as a private operator or as a delegated management, you will report all the indicators through the water company. So it's like the water company then licenses that are the private operator and operates according to the rules and regulations of WASREB.
Do we still have to consult Egypt on how it is we go about using water?
Our water.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Natural resources, I think, I want to say, can be something that is very tricky, bearing in mind that we share these resources. And when you look at it globally, especially when it comes to water, a number of water basins are shared by more than one country. And probably that is why even under the UN General Assembly, they have a general framework on how these resources should be shared. But that has not stopped the disputes that we have been having. For example, when you come to Kenya, our neighbors, Ethiopia, our neighbors, Uganda, Tanzania, going all the way to Egypt, we have been having issues. I remember 3 or 4 years ago, we wanted to abstract water along Mara River for irrigation. And it became a big issue with our neighbors in Tanzania, leave alone Egypt. So it's an issue that we need to have a discussion. Us and Tanzania, for example, we share Mau Basin, and we have been having partnership in terms of discussion. We have what we call Mara users. So every year we have a conference. Like this year, it was hosted last month, in the month of September, in Narok. Next year, we will be somewhere in Tanzania, just to have a discussion how we should use the shared resource. So as much as we have these duties that we are ascribed to as a country, we have been having issues. So, and I think as long as we are still in this heart, we cannot run away from these conflicts. Bearing in mind what I had earlier on mentioned, the volumes of water in our rivers is going down because of the climate change. So you can be very sure that the conflicts will be escalating. So every time we want to tap water and we want to irrigate more land, in fact, when you look at our development plans, we want to abstract more water for irrigation. As much as we are harvesting and storing, but the conflicts will escalate.
You know, the discussion around the Mara River with our neighbor Tanzania makes a lot of sense, and it's the way it should be. The treaties that were signed in 1929 and 1959 with regards to the Nile, the usage of water in Lake Victoria by the British government, it favored Egypt because the British had an interest in the Suez Canal Basin. Okay? Now, it affects Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia,
South Sudan.
Exactly. Okay, so I am simply saying that even as we're having this discussion, because Egypt has always responded very aggressively when it comes to issues of the water, understandably, because the Nile is a really serious water source for them. But are there discussions that have been had that moves away from the clearly tilted agreement that the British essentially forced upon us, because we didn't really have a say in that agreement?
Yeah, but I agree. But now we need to renegotiate. But even as we are negotiating as at a disadvantaged position, because already this thing has been entered into. They can refuse. But I think we need to have that common understanding, bearing in mind also the framework that is already in place through the UN General Assembly. Yeah.
So we've been seeing meetings organized by the Lake Region Economic Bloc, and you hinted at one, that you just be looking at resources around water. What's this about?
We have a conference in Kisumu, starting tomorrow, 6th to 7th. And the theme of the conference will be accelerating partnership and collaboration on water as a shared resource for sustainable service delivery. So, and I want to say that the fact that we have recognized water in the environment as an enabler in economic development, and we have it as our pillar, is a positive move in itself. So tomorrow and Thursday, we'll be having discussion. Of course, we'll also be having our partners and friends that we want to bring on board. One is we want to share experiences. Of course, we have mentioned that we have 14 counties, but at different levels of coverage in terms of water. We have almost, I think, 17 utilities. There are some who are doing well. There are some who are not performing very well. We'd also want to share and those experiences. What has Kakamega been able to do so that we have their water utility doing very well? Those are some of the experiences that we want to share so that we don't, as Bomet, I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Why don't I go and learn from Kakamega? And even as Council of Governors, we have a Marisha Center where we document best practices so that we can learn from each other as counties and improve. So the other thing that we'll be discussing is how we can internally resource to fund our infrastructure jointly. And then we will also be looking at our partners. What kind of proposals can we put in place so that we can sell to our development partners so that we can have funding, because we need to have a sustainable way of funding this infrastructure, which I've mentioned is very expensive. So that is part of the discussion. And then, of course, more importantly, what kind of legal framework can we put in place so that it can support what we are doing and institutionalize some of those decisions so that one, I exceed, because I'm serving my second term. Somebody else will be coming in 2027. How can we ensure continuity of the interventions and the plans that we have put in place? I think that will be part of the discussion, because I think we've been having a challenge as a country and as counties. Every administration comes with its own decisions and ideas. By the time you settle another administration, it is swept and we start afresh. So that is what we want to avoid, so that we also use the resources that we have prudently and in a way that will be beneficial to the Mwananchi, bearing in mind that we already have a commitment under our Constitution 2010 that will be supplying water to all of us.
Yeah, and because the conference also will be bringing on board various stakeholders and players in the water sector and partners, we expect that we will be able to attract more investments in terms of water infrastructure, particularly last mile connectivity, and then of course bring on board other innovations and technology to ensure sustainable supply of this resource. And as a block, then we can have discussions on how to conserve and protect our catchment areas using a transboundary approach.
Okay. Asanteni sana for this conversation today, and wish you the best in your conference. But also, let's keep talking about what is it that we can do to create more awareness, but at the same time, make sure that everybody has their constitutionally guaranteed right to access to water, sanitation, and others. Professor Hilary Barchok is the governor from Bomet County and chair of the water pillar at the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And Penina Mukabane is the CECM, the County Executive Committee member for Water, Environment, Climate Change, and Natural Resources from Kakamega County. Keep it here for more. It's 9 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. U.S. presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are holding their final campaign rallies on the eve of the much-anticipated showdown. Speaking during an event in Pennsylvania, featuring popular personalities including Oprah Winfrey and Lady Gaga, Harris said that despite the race against her rival being tight, she was the most suitable president to lead the nation.
We know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America, and I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States. However, the race ain't over yet, and we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters.
Meanwhile, Trump, who's in Michigan, has chosen to use his opposer's dirty linen to refer to her as a bad person who can't run the U.S. Trump further exuded confidence that he'll win the presidency.
They're under a massive investigation, so I don't know what happened, but I don't imagine the stock went up. History would tell you the stock went down. Did it go down a lot? went down a lot. So they have this big position. She sells her stock. Hours after she sells her stock, they announce that Visa is under massive investigation. The stock goes tumbling down. She's a crooked person. She's a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy. Oh no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. We've been beating them. They impeach me. We win. They send me down to Records Act. And we won in Florida. We win. But you know, we have to take a lot of time, a lot of money, which is what they want. This way we can stop. The one guy we don't want to fight is Trump.
The National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Education will today meet officials of the University Academic Staff Union in a bid to resolve the lecturer strike. The sitting, which will be attended by Interpublic Consultative Forum, will discuss the general terms and provisions of the lecturers' return to work agreement that ended their initial strike. The strike so far has paralyzed learning in all public universities across the country, throwing graduation plans into a spin. In the arrangement, as per the 2021-2025 CBA, the minimum pay for graduate assistants was to be between 63,647 and 97,988. For assistant lecturers, enhanced pay ranges between 107,872,000 and 166 and 72,000, while professors are to earn a monthly salary of between 224,631,000 and 345,816,000. The Labour Court has declared the ongoing university's lecturer strike illegal. The Parliamentary Budget Office is urging President William Ruto's administration to refrain from introducing new taxes and levies, cautioning that such measures could further burden citizens without guaranteeing increased revenue generation. Instead, the Budget Office has recommended that the government focus on enhancing current revenue-raising strategies and leverage technology to address existing loopholes. President Ruto's administration is currently grappling with the economic repercussions of the rejected Finance Bill 2024, which has led to cuts in the expenditure budget, reductions in ministerial allocations, and the freezing of new development projects across the country. Members of Parliament are today meeting with various stakeholders to discuss increased cases of abductions and murder in the country. The committee led by Gabriel Tongonyo is meeting with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Kenyan National Human Rights Commission, and Vocal Africa. Kenya is experiencing a wave of kidnappings and murders targeting various people. Sadly, government officials from the security forces have been linked to these cases, with President William Ruto promising to address the matter. And finally, the Kenya Meteorological Department has allayed fears over the delayed onset of the short rain season in some parts of the country. Speaking at the department's headquarters in Nairobi, Director Dr. David Gikungu reassured the public that the delayed onset of the short rains should not be a cause for concern. He pointed out that the country's western regions have experienced good rainfall since the June to August season, which has continued into the current short rain season. He further noted that farmers in the agricultural areas will still be able to grow their crops with a little rain expected, but the growing season may be shorter. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so traffic still continues this morning. There is still quite some on the Thika Superhighway as you come into the CBD. Muthaiga, that little crooked corner will give us some traffic as you're getting out towards Limuru Road. And also, we still have a little bit of traffic on Peponi Building as you get and connect with the traffic that's coming off of Lower Kabete through Spring Valley. The Red Hill Link Road traffic then connecting onto Waiyaki Way, still very busy as well. James Gishero through towards the junction is busy. Ring Road Kileshwa continues with traffic, and Uhuru Highway is going to have some of that for some time still. Busy on Langata Road and also on Landis as you get towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. The Southern Bypass looking very good, so there's an option for you. And also a little bit of traffic still left on North Airport Road as you come in from Outer Ring. We're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we come out of it. And we'll talk in the meantime on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yes, it is. And also, this is the only place that tells you to think about your retirement because age is catching up with you. And this is the time when you're productive. When you're productive, save a little for the days when you'll not be as productive, but you will be needing to spend just as much. City, why are you smiling?
I'm smiling because as you get older, you actually need to spend more, not less.
Yeah.
Remember, as I mentioned in passing, you're to an age where now you start replacing body parts.
But yes. Start buying spare parts.
Yep.
So you buy them in advance. Keep
or
them in
have
store.
the money ready in advance. So when you need to replace, whether it's a kneecap, it's an elbow cap.
All those things.
Yes.
Hey, what? Because it'll come. So how do you save best for retirement? Think about the Taifa Pension Fund. TaifaPensionFund.com. They take in the tier 2. It's a very well managed fund and it has benefits. Enhanced life insurance benefits for all members who enjoy a death in service benefit, 3 times annual salary payable to beneficiaries, as well as critical illness, retrenchment, and permanent total disability benefits. Imagine. Also, enhanced medical benefits. Members can save for medical needs and receive post-retirement medical cover from the CPF Post-Retirement Medical Fund. Those things that we are talking about. Now you start buying kneecaps and elbow caps and what else? Right?
Hip replacement.
Hip replacement and all.
Teeth.
You save for medical needs and you receive post-retirement medical cover from the CPF Post-Retirement Medical Fund. ease of access. The Taifa Pension Fund has a national presence and the branches in every region for easy access by members. There's an online portal that's accessible for customers 24/7 and provides real-time access to one's statement at no extra cost. When you're thinking about all these things, just go to taifapensionfund.com and get more details. Senior? Yeah, we've also been that's ease of saving for retirement, ease of banking.
Yes. Easy banking is what we're looking at with Kenya's #1 private bank, and that's Stanbic. So making life just a little bit easier for you, isn't it? Talk about seamless and personalized banking. So you come in, there's somebody to cater to your needs, just you. Digital solutions accessible to you on the go. So you think about banking from your mobile phone, from your tablet, whatever it is that you're doing. So you don't have to go and be in the crowds of people. Exclusive private suite. So you're in a place, just you and your personal banker. It's comfort, it's discretion, it's dedicated private. It's a dedicated private banker, and it's dedicated banking. It's an experience that really is going to take you to the level where you realize, actually, this is why they are the private bank. This is why they are the #1 private bank, and making sure that all your banking needs are made easy with Stanbic.
Very good. Let's have a health conversation, a research conversation. And, we've been having this conversation with our friends from the Camry Wellcome Trust research program. Today, we are going to talk about genomic surveillance. Now, that one alone is already now throwing you off. Genomic surveillance. Creating awareness on the importance of genomic surveillance in response to outbreaks. And the person who's joining us is the bioinformatics lead at the Camry Wellcome Trust Research Program, Dr. George Githinji. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Oh, thank you very much. It's lovely to be here.
Very good.
Thank you.
Early in the morning when you talked about this, we said, this guy is going to come and tell us about, the 666 on the forehead. And this is how we do the surveillance.
We do in science.
Related matters.
And such others, right? Well, we don't know. You will tell us what is bioinformatics, what is genomic surveillance, and all that. But before that, City has the day's proverb. He'll give you the proverb from which country this week?
DRC.
Very good.
An interesting country, this one. It has many, many, many firsts.
Many firsts.
Oh yes, it does. It does. One, it is one of the very few countries. Well, it's the only country in Africa that was once owned by an individual. The King of Belgium. Okay. It has the world's deepest river. Now you may not think so, but Congo River is the world's deepest river.
Right.
Okay. This one is the third largest river by discharge also, given the distributaries and whatever else moves around it.
Third largest river by discharge?
Yes.
In the world?
Yeah. You know that river, when you look at it, it's actually, your idea of a river is something whose boundaries you can easily see, that it is huge.
This is a lake.
Yes, it is. It is a moving lake. Anyway. That is DRC.
Very good.
Yes, and its qualities. The rain does not fear the authority of a king.
The rain does not fear the authority of a king. Dr. Githinji, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
The rain does not fear the authority of the king. That's quite a deep one.
And it comes from the country with the deepest river.
Oh, indeed, isn't it? Well, yeah, no pun intended. I think it just sort of looks at our inabilities to control certain events, in the sense that you could be or hold immense power over people, but you can't hold that against the world and natural phenomena. And as such, it'll beat you as much as it'll beat a poor man, even though you're the king.
You put it very well, thank you.
Kabisa?
Kabisa.
Very good. Very good.
Nature is a great equalizer.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. It brings all of you together.
Same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. What is bioinformatics?
Bioinformatics, we could sort of, look at the word itself. We have bio and we have informatics, and often in biology we generate a lot of data, a copious amount of data. When you're doing your experiments, when you're looking at specific things, and often you can't go through those data, manually, and therefore you need, a computer to help you do that. You need proprietary software in some instances, but you would need a dedicated informatics tool. And the people who develop those tools, the people who work with those tools, apply them, in as far as our understanding of biomedical research data, are bioinformaticians. And they tend to be multidisciplinary, and therefore you'll have your biology. For example, my basic undergraduate degree is in biomedical sciences, which in itself is a multidisciplinary degree, comprises of biochemistry and genetics, human anatomy, and understanding epidemiology. And then there is the computer science aspect of it, which you need to know how to look at data, algorithms, for example, that basically, recipes for, accomplishing a task by a computer. And bringing together those fields, including statistics, makes for this sort of a career in bioinformatics.
So you are all those things? You're a biomedical scientist, you're a computer scientist, and you're a statistician.
Yes.
Dr. When you want to do these courses, were there not simpler courses that
It depends on what you define as simpler, because in my understanding, nothing is simple when you really look at it.
You could have just, for instance, studied biology alone, and then go and done media studies alone, and then done computer packages alone.
Which we all did back then. So yeah, you could do that, but then the problem that you want to tackle, cannot be tackled by just that subject by itself, and therefore it calls for bringing in other disciplines.
What was your journey? What interested you into the next? For example, in your biomedical sciences, is it where you landed because of your marks, or did you actually want to end up there as your undergrad studies?
I actually wanted to land there.
Why?
Because I was keen on research. So I've been keen on research from high school. And I looked through the courses, and initially I thought, well, let me look at chemical engineering. And then I looked at it again, I was like, okay, this is interesting. But the cutoff, at that time was extremely high. And the class limits was very, very, very few individuals, and it was only at Moi University back then. So I looked at the odds and realized, well, I don't think I want to take this path. So I went back to JAB, as it were, the Joint Admissions Board, and I changed my course after looking through, the internet back then and realizing there's a field called biomedical sciences that takes bits of everything. And it was a relatively new course at the Edgerton University. And I went and applied, and I scored the mark. I got admitted. Along the way, I was always fascinated by computing. So right out of high school, I had done a programming course. Back then, we used to do Pascal and Basic and Visual Basic. And I started wondering, how do you get these together? And I realized that there is a room for it. And I just went on in it. And I did lots of it, self-learning, and just about when I was graduating, there were lots of workshops, opportunities were opening up. And it was, as a field, was already quite advanced in the West. And therefore, by, attending these workshops, getting exposed, having opportunities to, to collaborate, to go to the US and other places, I acquired most of these skills.
What has the, combined force really of all of this research studying, then allowed you to do in the fields for which they're important? Let's say for in Kenya today, what has that allowed to come about as a result of your research?
That's a good one. And I think it speaks to whether have had impact in what we've done. And I have to say that I feel very privileged to work at the institution where I work. and with the colleagues that I've been able to work with. So a lot of the opportunities that I've had to contribute to, particularly around bioinformatics, data analysis, pertaining to respiratory pathogens, for example. I think that's where I've made a lot of impact, just looking at the opportunities that are there, were there to, for example, establish the platforms that we've established for genomics at Kemri Wellcome Trust Research Program and Kemri overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So genomics, I know we mentioned it before. Can we go into that a little bit to figure out, okay, so what is this thing? So, and what does it mean exactly? And how does it help in terms of medical research and, the possible conditions that Kenyans or others suffer from?
That's an interesting one. So we can look at the term again, and we can take a step back and understand what is really are we trying to do. So when you think about pathogens, they are either viruses, bacteria, or fungi, and at the base they have genetic material, and genomics overall is the study of that genetic material. So what we're going to do is that we're going to find that genetic material, and we're going to understand its makeup. And we're going to exploit opportunities in that genetic makeup to better understand what it is that we're dealing with. And that pertains to all living matter that has a genetic makeup. Viruses are interesting in particular because they only have that, and they then hijack other cells to make copies of themselves. I mean that in itself is very fascinating and very nerdy, which attracts me.
When you say this, you're getting the genomic material.
Yeah.
What's that? What are you getting?
So what we're getting, I should have broken down, is DNA. Or RNA, and in simpler terms is the building blocks of life. All of us have an alphabet or a code, if you like, and that code is made up of 4 bases: adenine, thymine, uracil, and cytosine. And those chemicals, those 4 bases, ACGT, encode blocks of life. They go through complex processes in our body, in our cells, to make proteins and so on and so forth. And if we understand that genetic makeup, we can do quite a lot.
Is it different from person to person, or from organism to organism?
It is not that different. So let's get this clear. So one, there is that what pertains to pathogens, which is, if you like, I don't want to use the word simple, and this, when it pertains to higher order organisms like humans and other vertebrates, it is not that different. The base copy is the same, but there are mutations or changes that makes us different. And understanding those changes, we can understand a lot. We can understand, for example, how we metabolize certain drugs, for example. We can understand why we look the way we look. And more important is that we can look back in the past and ask the question, where did we come from? Which is a fascinating topic by itself.
So when you're in a lab, just take us through practically, as simply as possible. Now take yourself back to Dr. Gethenji when he was just Gethenji in Form 2, all right?
Yeah.
What is it that you're doing? Are you in a lab looking through a microscope and looking, and what are you seeing something? Are you using a needle to extract something? When you say that you're getting the genetic material, what are you doing?
We are taking our pathogens of interest, or our cells of interest, and we are shaking them, we are perturbing them, and we extracting the genetic material, which is the DNA. You're using different processes and steps, and once we have that, we then going to take it through an instrument called a sequencer. And through that, we are going to translate those chemicals to an alphabet comprising of A, C, G, T, G, G, A, and so on and so forth.
Right.
And that is what we are going to work with moving forward.
Okay. So what does it help you do?
What it helps us to do is quite a lot, depending on where it comes from. And I'll mostly restrict myself to that genetic material that comes from pathogens, infectious pathogens.
From disease?
That cause disease.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes. So the pathogen is the
disease-causing agent.
Exactly. There we go. We own it now. So that is what we're going to restrict ourselves to. And what we really going to do once we get that genetic material, we're going to ask us a couple of questions. One of them is if one of us was, sneezing, for example, or had an ailment, and we all have information that we were together somewhere, and we all started sneezing out there, and we provided a sample, and we extracted the genetic, the disease-causing pathogen. It probably could be a virus, it could be a bacteria. We can then look at the genetic makeup of those pathogens and ask ourselves, is it identical? Is it similar? And if there are big differences, then it is likely that, if there are no differences, and we have information that at some point, we were in a room together, then we could argue that it came from one of us. One of us, infected
the other. One
source.
Yes. And then it distributed.
And if one of us, for example, or all of us had very different genetic material, or those pathogens had very different genetic material, then it's very unlikely that we got infected from one individual. It's very likely that we got it elsewhere. And that information is very important when it comes down to...
Can you repeat what you just said? If you all have it, if you're all sneezing, for example, and you're able to now, you've taken the makeup of this pathogen, because you've done a sample from everybody, and it is similar. Then it is...
All identical.
Or identical. It is unlikely that you got it from the same...
If it is identical, you likely got it
from
the
same place.
Yes, only if we have information that
all of you were together.
You went to a concert on Friday, for example.
Exactly. Like we were all together at an event, and either we didn't have it or one of us had it. That is very important because the added information, genomics by itself, the sequence data is not very informative if we don't have other information, on it. And the other important thing is how soon or how quick do we get it.
You guys were together yesterday in the morning, but by yesterday 4 p.m. all of you are sneezing. Right?
That's a simpler version.
Is this so now genomic sequencing, such a fancy term, is this the same idea that is behind tracing when it comes to diseases?
Patient zero,
COVID-19, Mpox or Ebola?
Yes, indeed. It's having that information in addition to other information about the diseased people. Where did they come from? What was their age? What symptoms did they have? And a very clean or clear line list in terms of, that's a big term, information about the collection or the infectious patterns, for example. So that can really help us.
Then the other side that you said was it's possible that all of you are sneezing, but when Dr. Gethenji goes to the lab, he'll find that these pathogens are not similar.
Yes.
And so now here you'll have an issue.
You have an issue there because then if we find them to be very different, it implies that it is each of us have their own pathogen that they came in with from somewhere else.
Where?
And so that could be, I imagine that would be potentially worse.
Yes, because it means that there is a lot going out there
that you do not know.
That we do not know.
So you need now to start spreading.
Now we need to
get more information.
Yes, we need to have more information.
CT, where were you yesterday? Who are you with? Eric, where were you? Who are you with? And so on and so forth.
And now you can imagine the situation where, as a public health official, as a government or a health agent, getting that information as soon as possible or in near real time. It can really impact on the control measures that you put in.
Okay, I just want to ask before we go. So we would ask then, I know you talk about control measures, but then why else would it be extremely important to do this? Because folks are going to be like, okay, so what? You're sneezing, there's a disease burden, we know it's there, treat, move on. Why is it important to sequence all of this and to do that research when there's an outbreak of whatever it may be?
Now we're going to put a little bit of another scenario. Let's say we're not just sneezing, but it's a hemorrhagic fever. And now we've upped the stakes. Fatalities are happening.
People are dying.
People are dying. And people are panicking. And therefore then having that information about what is causing that becomes really, really important. And also understanding the transmission patterns. And whether we actually know what it is that is causing that. Often, most of these ailments have overlapping symptoms. So if you bleeding, if you sneezing, if you coughing, you diarrhea, it could be one of a myriad things, like people have those sort of symptoms. If you have a common cold, which, if you're an adult, maybe that's not such a big thing. But if you have something else, then that becomes really important to understand.
You have a dry cough, you're short of breath, you're...
those
things.
So it becomes really, really important to get that information as soon as possible. But more important is the potential to understand the spread. And which demographics or which populations are getting affected, and whether we already know what it is, so that then we can, start implementing measures.
Very good. Let's take a break. If you'd like to be like Dr. George Githinji, you're on your own.
I think you got lots of company.
But you can listen to him and hear what he and the others are doing. He is the bioinformatics lead at the Kelmri Wellcome Trust Research Program. They are doing a lot, and if just thinking about what we have seen recently in terms of disease outbreaks and disease spread, getting to understand what this is and how it's spreading is very important. That's why we're talking about genomic surveillance and the importance of it in response to outbreaks. He's breaking it down to us nicely. There are many people who are not getting. For example, there is a Paulo Mondi who's saying, us guys are used to political content.
This is good.
Yes? Hey.
But this is the heart of political
This is it, right?
Yes.
If you have the same people, 349 of them, and they're behaving the same way, they're thinking the same way, and they were all in parliament at the same time.
You need to put them under a microscope.
I can find out what the problem is.
Genomic sequence.
Yes.
City. Okay. There's studying in Ireland.
Yes, there is.
And there's a study in Ireland fair happening this month. What date?
Well, this is the 9th of November. November is actually this particular month, okay?
Yes.
If you wait until next month, it will be December and the fair won't be there. Okay? Right? So, focus. Right. This fair takes place at Gallant Mall in Parklands.
Yes.
You are required to register in order to receive an invitation. Now, when you receive the invitation will be from Cradle, okay? Now, you may say, how on earth do I get to register? Well, you go to www.cradle.com. Now, I've said many W's. I've given you a choice. Decide how many W's you need, okay? And the colleges that you are likely or you'll find featured in this fair are Griffith College, University of Galway, Ndu's favourite, University of Limerick, Dublin City University, Technological University of the Shannon, Independent College, and University College Cork. These are universities in Ireland. But in addition to this, you will be able to get direct access to these universities. You will also discover career opportunities. In Kenya, we have a problem, not just with the careers, but we call them jobs here, okay? Ireland offers you an opportunity that you may not necessarily have here, okay? So, please register.
Very good.
Please.
Yeah. We'll be back shortly, 24 to 10.
This is The Situation Room. the only way to start
I
your
know
day.
mko na talents, lakini mko na vibe. It's time to discover East Africa's newest talent. Ni mda wa Kenya kuchachisha. Anguka nayo kati toka, utuonyeshe hizi stunts zako. Africa's biggest talent show, Bongo Star Search, is coming to Kenya. Stand a chance to win amazing prizes and work with the biggest names in entertainment. Majudges wakiongozwa na Rita, Master J, Salama Jabir, and our very own Sanaipe Itande watakuwa pale tukicheka na tukilia. Tulieni mpangwe wasee. From Gen Z hadi wakoro, ma students na corporates, jitokeze tujue nani mzii. Tukutane Kenya National Theatre on Friday 29th and Saturday 30th November. Kosa uchekwe brother. BSS Season 15, sasa Beyond Borders. Si mchezo. Tune in to ST Swahili Channel 160 or 400 every Sunday at 9 p.m. and on Wednesday for an extra highlights show at 8:30 p.m. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
University College Cork, or UCC as we call it, is situated in the heart of Cork City. We are the second largest city in Ireland. We have a wide variety of undergraduate and master courses in UCC. UCC was voted the 6th most sustainable university in the world, something that we're very proud of. And also, we were voted the best student campus in the Education Awards in 2021 and 2022. We look forward to seeing you in Ireland, in Cork, in UCC.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, so looking at cloudy conditions still continuing in Nairobi. We'll see highs today of 25 and lows of 16. Highs of 25 and lows of 15 in Nakuru, with highs of 25 and lows of 15 in Nyeri, and highs of 24 and lows of 14 in Eldoret. Mombasa will see highs of 33 and lows of 25, while Malindi will see highs of 32 and lows of 25. We'll go to highs of 29 and lows of 20 in Kisumu, and highs of 29 and lows of 15 in Kakamega. Mostly cloudy conditions continue in Kampala, going to highs of 29, while it's sunny in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 31. Johannesburg at 22 is partly sunny, going to highs of 29, while Mogadishu at 31 is sunny. Addis Ababa at 18 is sunny as well. Lagos sunny at 25 with highs of 32, while light rain now in Kinshasa. We will go to highs of 30. It's looking sunny at 16 in Beijing and 7 and cloudy in Paris, with 11 and cloudy conditions in London. New York at 13 is partly cloudy with highs of 23 and lows of 13.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, 20 minutes to 10. Our conversation with the bioinformatics lead at the Kemri Wellcome Trust Research Program, Dr. George Gidenji, is here. He's teaching us quite a lot about genomic surveillance. Dr. let me teach you about something else.
Yes, please.
And this is about bio and informatics and loan, okay?
Right.
At some point, when you're doing all these things that you're doing, you want money. You want money to do things. We are constantly in an era where you're spending money.
Yes.
And there's a need for this, there's a need for the other. And sometimes you run short of the cash that you had and you need to top up for a reason or the other. And that's where these guys come in, Tala, all right?
Yeah.
So Tala were, baked in a library. No, I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. But Tala started as Mkopraisi 10 years ago. So over 10 years, they've been in this market. They have understood the market very well. They understand about mobile lending. They also understand people's needs, various needs. There are those who go to them because they're running a business and they need what? Operating cash. There are those who go to them because they are in a certain level of emergency and they need to be, sorted out of their jam at that particular point. There are those who go to them because Tala is part of their monthly financial budgeting and financial mix. So I know this is my income. At this point, it comes maybe in bits. I know I'll receive this kind of payment on the second week, but I have all these needs in the first week. So I go to Tala, I take Tala loan, I pay my bills because the bills come in at the beginning of the month. So I pay my bills, and as the second payment comes from my employer, from my source, in the second week, I repay. So there are those who use Tala as part of their monthly financial planning. I don't know which one you'd be. It could be all three of them. But now what you need to do is just download Tala on Google Play. Google Play, Tala, you have it sorted. It'll sort you out. How is that?
Excellent.
So you can see the sequence.
Sure.
You can see the sequence of things. Bas. Okay. Genomic surveillance. City. So far, have you seen how genomic surveillance, for example, helped us to start saying this was patient zero for COVID-19? Or this is how COVID-19 is spreading. Let's shut down this part of Nairobi. Let's go to Kawangware and do a lot more tests in Kawangware as opposed to a lot more tests in Jericho. Why the thinking was like that?
I heard what he said.
You heard?
I'm still trying to process what he said to see if I understand it.
Daktari, then continue. For example, using the case of COVID.
Yep.
Now we know we have gone through COVID, all of us as a country.
Yes.
Now show us how genomic surveillance was important during that time.
Very, very important. One, let's take a step back before we knew that it was COVID. Yes. Because COVID is the disease, and the causative agent is a virus called SARS-CoV-2. And before we knew about that, or health authorities knew about it, people were simply presenting with pneumonia and lots of fatalities initially in China. And it was a new ailment that people didn't quite understand very well. So the ability to, one, understand that this is a new novel pathogen involved genetic sequencing and genomics. So they took a few samples from the individuals, they looked at the genetic makeup, and they realized that this thing looks like something we've seen before, and that's SARS virus, which came in earlier. But it tends to happen that these are coronaviruses that are actually prevalent, a lot more prevalent in bats and within communities. But this was a novel one. So right there is the impact and utility of genomics. The other one is our understanding.
Hold on.
All right.
Does it mean that as the researchers in the labs were then getting these samples from the patients, they also still had the other samples from the previous SARS outbreaks, and they were comparing?
Yes, because this is a set of viruses that are known to cause common cold-like illnesses. And once you take the genetic makeup, you can look against a database of all pathogens that have been sequenced to date and ask the question, is this something that is already there, or it's similar to what?
Have we seen it before?
Yeah, have we seen this before? Okay. And if you do that, then you realize that it can narrow down to a few individuals of something that has already been done before. And when it's novel, you realize that, this is something that doesn't...
There's something a bit different
absolutely
from the others.
Yes.
What would that be? For example, in the case of COVID, because we have had SARS viruses before. We've had, these things have been there before. What was what was the new thing about COVID?
One, because again, on the SARS-CoV-2, looking at the genetic makeup, it was quite different in terms of you remember what we talked about, the ACTGs? It was quite different. It had novel amino acids that are not in other coronaviruses, and that's why it became the novel coronavirus, if you remember. Right. We call it new. Yes. Before then, the WHO coined the term SARS-CoV-2. The 2 means is the second one. Although there are like several of them.
It is new ship.
Yes. The other important thing is, and this led to a bit of a controversy. Where did it come from?
Yeah.
There was all this controversy about a lab origin. Yeah. There was the controversy about animal origin.
Wet markets.
And when you look at the genetic makeup again, you realize that this is not something that was baked in the lab. This is something that was already there, and there was a spillover from animal reservoirs. And you remember what I told you about other information? again, going back and looking at how and where did the individuals that were, first initially infected, where are they coming from? What did they interact with? Did they handle animals? Oh, yes, they did. Mm-hmm. It's in a massive market where live animals are getting sold. And do we find these viruses in these animals? Yes, we do. So it's a spillover.
Dr. The process that we're describing here takes place in a lab. Sequencing, determining, understanding, that entire process. So if that entire process takes place in a lab, what is it that stops it? Now, I'm being a conspiracy theorist here, forgive me, but what stops one from tinkering? When one has the knowledge that you have, why don't I tinker with this and tinker with that and then see what happens? Because I already understand their makeup, I know what they do. So let me see now, if I mix this and this, what will happen? Will they die off? Will they create a hydra? I'm simply saying...
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, that's a real concern and a very important one. And that's why in research we have research ethics. And you are bound by research ethics. And there are colleagues that look at what you're doing and they can criticize positively and tell you that, looking at the data that you've provided us and what you've done, we don't think that the assumptions you're making are real. And then you go back to the drawing board. And then your aim is to convince these colleagues of yours, the peers, it's called peer review, that this is actually something that, holds water.
Or the reverse could happen, whereby at the end of the day, if we find that actually, this was not a natural thing that happened, maybe somebody actually did cook something in the lab.
Yes.
And that's why folks could actually then be on the chopping block in the future if your original information was not true, right?
Yes. Okay. Yes, and it carries serious implications, internationally. I mean, there are laws that govern, what we do. There are laws that govern, as I mentioned, human ethics and so on. And therefore, it's very important that, you get peer review and, that positive criticism.
Can I ask this question?
Yeah, sure.
You see, one of the things that I have found puzzling over time is that every time there is an outbreak of sorts, for some strange reason, we always identify the areas of DRC as where it emanated from. Okay, now, if I were to look at the human-animal interactions in that region, and even the diet that involves game and wild animals, if we were to take the argument that we used regarding COVID, and how it is that wet markets where there were animals and so forth, and you now take it to this setting where the human interaction with animals has to do with them eating it and perhaps not preserving them enough, or perhaps not doing whatever it is that you need to do to ensure that any pathogen that may be harmful to you is extinguished. Is there a remote possibility that indeed this occurrence that seems to be more, in my mind, than coincidental could arise simply because of the factors that I've mentioned?
Yes, that's a real concern, and indeed, eating of game, particularly if it's not prepared, in a particular way, to make it palatable, or should cooked. I use that word, or cooked? But even when it is, it's very important that to be aware that, that could be a way through which, a spillover can happen. But most spillovers will happen mostly through, contact with these, with the material. So it could be blood, it could be, respiratory. And often it involves a specific, a change within the parasite. So, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's look at MERS coronavirus, which is of same family, but it tends to infect camel. And it spreads among camels, but you, as an individual, as a human, you can get infected as a result of close proximity with camel.
Kissing a camel.
And you remember we had a major outbreak Well, I'm trying to get that picture in my mind. That it's quite funny. Yeah.
And you're just thinking,
I can't avoid
will not sneeze into your face.
Or sneezing onto your face. You know.
Unless you put your face next.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it turns out that a human can get infected, but in terms of transmission, you don't have human-to-human transmission because you've not, the virus has not made that jump, that critical mutation that is needed to then, have human-to-human transmission.
My mind is thinking, if we can have a situation where pathogens that exist in animals can affect and infect us, what about the other way around? Can we affect and infect animals as well?
Yes, we do. And if you again going back to COVID, there was a lot of game sampling that happened, and indeed other animals, cats and felines, were affected because they were getting this from humans.
Oh, we gave COVID to cats.
Yes, we did. In some instances, in limited settings, we did. So the other way can happen, which brings us to a very important thing about encroachment and wildlife conflict and climate change that is going to cause or is causing
more and more
movement of people, mobility. As climate change exacerbates, we're going to see movement of people into areas, and the other way around, of vectors or animals, disease-causing agents in areas that they initially didn't colonize or they didn't occupy, and that's a real concern.
I imagine that when it comes to genomic surveillance, you don't wait for outbreaks. That once you've seen, for example, the common cold, you constantly keep monitoring the cold to see whether it's mutating, to see whether it's changing in terms of how it even responds to the treatment methods that we put into it. Is that correct?
Yes, so it is very important. I think what you're talking about is doing surveillance, and we have specific studies. So, for example, in Kemri Kilifi, we carry out a lot of surveillance at multiple levels, within health facilities, within inpatient, outpatients, and dedicated studies that are looking at particular populations, and that has been going on for a long time, and we have a very great platform for engagement with our local communities, and that ensures that there is consistent surveillance for multiple pathogens.
Have you been able to detect something before it became a major issue? For example, through surveillance, you start noticing a change in the pathogens, that then you raise the alarm and say, this thing is starting to become a serious issue.
Yes, a lot of times. Examples, I mean, we can go back historically and look at malaria. So if you remember, there was a time, chloroquine was the drug of choice for malaria. And a lot of resistance came around. So again, looking at, the specific segments of the parasite, you can start to look at where the drug is impacting what we call pressure, or selective pressure, and therefore it making the parasite behave differently, and therefore it's able to overcome whatever drug pressure that you're giving it, and therefore it changes. But then what that does to the parasite is it puts it into sort of a corner of evolution that it doesn't want to. So when you lift the pressure, as it happened when chloroquine was discontinued, if you go back now in a lot of countries and other areas, you realize that the parasite bounced back, and now they became susceptible to chloroquine.
Whoa. So
there is quite good genetic data that that can help us in that. The other one is, again, just jumping back, and we can look at Ebola, we can look at SARS-CoV, our understanding of the so-called variants of concern, and we've also been able to pick up outbreaks, at the very early onset, simply by tracking individuals that are presenting with specific symptoms within our surveillance platforms, and able then to say, well, this is something that we think, is of concern. Yeah.
So it does make the case then for research, because sometimes we think, okay, there's a lot of things happening in the back end, and we may not see that we won't see the results. We just know, okay, you go to hospital, you get treated, you're seen by a doctor, they make diagnosis, you get treated, you go home, you get better, right?
Yeah.
We don't see what happens in the back end.
Yeah.
But as we see all of this, then it starts to you connect the dots and you start to understand.
Yeah.
Then why it's important to do it, and then why the call continues to be on governments to actually invest in medical research, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a very important point you brought there, because what you really want is a lot of centers of excellence, and you want government to invest in research. Our bastions and pillars of research are often universities that are hugely underfunded. If you go to any developed country, that is where basic research happens, because there's research that happens, and this is usually the sort of the frontier pushing type of research, what we call basic research. It's not something that you're going to go to a partner and tell them, oh, by the way, I really want to understand the signaling of my particular molecule of interest. You'll be asked, and what is the impact? And if there's none, maybe they're not interested. But that can turn out to be the most important thing that you want to do. And often that type of research is driven by universities, which unfortunately there's very limited case of in this country. And I would like to call, for increased funding, particularly for universities and research, and the expansion of research centers. A lot, again, of our research is done collaboratively with our partners and also within government. But you could imagine if the government segment was expanded, not by half, not by quarter, not by a 15th. I'm just asking by a 5th. That can make a huge, huge impact. And then we can start, moving forward.
Scale it up.
Yeah, we can scale it up.
Use funding notwithstanding, is there sufficient interest that is generated by our universities so that research is something that is understood to be at the very, very fulcrum of an institution of learning like a university? Do we have enough interest?
I think we do, and by definition, universities are intellectual places, aren't they?
Supposed to be.
It's supposed to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
But are they?
And that's debatable in some instances.
Yes.
But I still want to believe that at the core mandate of a university, intellectual excellence and basic research.
Citadel of knowledge.
The citadel of knowledge. That's what you want our universities to be. And you want them to, have the support, and then, we can carry out our mandate. So.
Dr. Irenji, how many people do you lead as the bioinformatics lead?
That is, so my position, cuts across the program, and supporting multiple groups, which in themselves are independent. Right. They are carrying out their specific research, across the genomic spectrum, across multiple pathogens. But then we have to have sort of, core utilities, for example, our high performance cluster, our genomics, lab platform. And then I have a lead, a small team of individuals, research officers, postdoc, and assistant research officers, technicians, to carry out, particular investigations.
Someone who's listening to this and they feel, I want to learn more. I want to get interest in this. I want to end up in university or my postgrad and all, getting into this kind of research. How do they reach out to Kemri Wellcome Trust?
Yeah, so Kemri Wellcome Trust runs a couple of programs, and there's an excellent platform called the Ideal Platform, and we have a dedicated training department, and they engage and onboard people at multiple levels, right from school leavers to university interns. We run together with the Pwani University a very successful program, the postgraduate diploma course at Pwani University. And then there are, opportunities for PhD fellowships and early postdoctoral fellowships. All these are often available through our training department and on the Kemri website. So, and they're competitive. So, yeah.
It's good to know that we have such people in this country who've gone through, university here and who are doing all this to give back to our society. Thank you very much, Doc, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Very inspirational.
Thank you very much.
Dr. George Githinji is the bioinformatics lead at the Camry Wellcome Trust Research Program. He's been telling us about genomic surveillance and the importance that it plays in response to outbreaks. It's 10 a.m. We wish you a lovely day. Be good. Those who are in America, go vote. Go back home. Please maintain peace. We want to make sure that everybody is peaceful in that country. We've sent our accept the will of the people, whatever the outcome. Yeah.
We shall be sending people also to make sure.
We have our observers on ground, and we are waiting for reports from there. It's 10 a.m. Have a lovely day.